I'll try to capture it.
few moments. For those camps that have come and have their delegate registration and camp reports and information, we are going to be having the table open for you to turn those forms in so that we can begin the credentialing process prior to the procession. We do have an online presence. We have families and camps from online that will also be doing that. But we just wanted to let you know, for those of you that have not yet registered, the registration table is going to be open, which is going to be right here in the lobby. So if there are any questions, we'll be able to answer them. Senator Chief. Yeah. microphone? No. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Grand Camp, our 113th. We're not starting quite yet. We will be welcoming comments per Grand President Soloff from Senator Dan Sullivan in about 5 minutes. He's streaming it live, so we'd like to honor his time. So this is your 5-minute heads up that will be going into a presentation from Senator Sullivan, and then we'll continue on with the day. Thank you.
Watch what eggs do to your brain. Take a look at these 2 brain scans. They both look young, strong, and healthy, but only one
Yeah. How about 2 minutes? Or is that so long? No, we're not. We need to announce that here. I announced it a few minutes ago. I heard the 5 minutes, yeah. Yeah. What is that down topic? This Heather would like. This Heather wants to say. I think we should go to just go to the. That feeling is coming in now.
And then are we just going to have presentation and not procession?
Presentation not open.
We are going to, in about 1 minute, begin seating so that we can have our presentation that's going to be starting. So we're in about 1 minute, we'll be having our delegates and folks here grab their seats so that we can begin.
Okay.
You got some.
Yeah, go by lunchtime.
Okay, I've let them know on the back channel that we'll welcome them. Yeah. Okay, so they know, yeah.
I'll wait for you.
Okay. But I was looking for the city and just in our minds and stuff. Because probably if you want to say something now, it'd be good, and then they're gonna be comments. Okay.
Greetings. Oh.
Are you able to hear us? Okay. Yes.
Greetings. And as I say on the commercial, can you hear me? This is a little bit better. Okay. But it's cheese for all of you who are attending here in the Nolan Center in Wrangell for attending the 113th Annual Grand Camp Convention. And welcome to you all who are on the Zoom. Welcome, and I appreciate you making the time from your personal day to be part of the activities that are scheduled here. And we're going to be having some people who are basically waiting online so that they can report. So before we call our convention to order, we'll have a couple of speakers who will speak first, and then we'll go into the regular routine that we have. But I wanted to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to all of your families all of you who have done tremendous work to make things happen here in Wrangell, and the tremendous things that you have done in each of your local camps so that you could remain to be active in service with one another. I also would express my great appreciation to the Zoom, especially to Executive Man Heather. Thank you for doing the work that you have, and Tamsin for the work that you've been able to accomplish, to make things happen as well. My appreciation is in hand, as it were. Goodness cheese for that kind of thing. So we have online a couple of speakers, and I would like to have the Zoom committee. I believe it is Senator Sullivan as the first speaker. And correct me, Heather, if I'm okay. And we would like to welcome him at this time.
We know if Sherry's there.
Live, and we're ready for your remarks as soon as you're ready.
Okay, guys, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Thumbs up. Okay, well, listen, Hello, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. I know Sherry on my team is in the audience in Wrangell, and I just want to begin by thanking the grand presidents, Sasha Sobolov, Sandra Churchill, the grand officers, the entire ANB and Alaska Native Sisterhood. I'm such a fan for a whole host of reasons, but thank you for inviting me to say a few words. Now, we're literally what I would call as a football fan calling an audible as we speak, and I hope it works out. And here's the audible. There's a little bit of chaotic times in DC. I'm going to talk a little bit about this shutdown that just happened, completely unnecessary, 100% avoidable. I don't want to get too political here, but Senator Schumer just, I don't know why. Normally, you don't shut down the government over a clean, bipartisan continuing resolution to keep the government open so you can keep negotiating the bigger issues that we're all working on here. And he just did it. I've actually never seen anything like it. So pretty sad there. But so it's a little chaotic. So I was like, geez, we're going to be here this weekend and maybe not. So I said to my team, hey, can I get to Wrangell? And can I actually get to the ANB and Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp Convention? So they're working it. And what I'm going to try and do is keep these remarks relatively short because I want to see all of you guys in person. And then I'll speak longer if that's okay. But look, I'm such a big fan of ANB and ANS. I don't have to tell all of you guys, but the story is one for the ages in terms of advocacy, in terms of self-determination, in terms of working together, in terms of getting non-native groups to see you and respect you, and for all of you to have so much influence. The father of the ANB, the great late Peter Simpson, said, quote, "When I die, if you cut my heart out, you will see an ANB symbol written on it." Wow, that's strong. That's commitment. And I will say one of the big honors I've had in my life, and I know Sasha's there, was in 2014 when ANB Camp 76 of Teneke Springs offered me the honor of being an honorary member. It's something I've always cherished, and here's the hat that was given to me that day that I wear with pride. So Sasha, Sobolov family, ANB Camp 76 at Teneke Springs, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm really hopeful to be with all of you on Saturday. That's the goal. That's what we're working on. As you know, sometimes the flights in and out of Wrangell aren't always cooperative, but that's the goal. You're in good hands with Sherry right now, but I'm trying to get there. So, like I said, a little bit of chaos on this government shutdown. Again, I don't want to go into the politics of it, but just completely unnecessary. I've been working with a lot of my Senate Democrat colleagues, and trust me, they view it as unnecessary. A lot of them are frustrated. We had a vote just yesterday to keep the continuing resolution bipartisan. And we got 3 Democrat senators. We only need about 4 more, and we'll just keep the government open. So we're going to have another vote tomorrow. And hopefully we'll get a few more, and we'll get back to what we should be doing, serving the people, and not shutting down the government. It makes no sense, particularly over something that it's kind of hard to tell what Senator Schumer even wants. But this shutdown does not impact Social Security because that's funded through mandatory. But there'll be disruptions, and it's frustrating. So please work with my office and my team on those. But we're hoping to keep this short. And my goodness, I hope we can. And like I said, I've been working with a bunch of Democrats and Republicans like, hey guys, come on, really? A continuing bipartisan clean resolution? We did 13 of these during the Biden administration when Republicans were in the minority, and we just voted for them, right, to keep the government open. It's not that unusual to do that, to negotiate some of the harder things and give more time. So that's what we're trying to get done. So, but the one thing I want to do, and I really want to do it, I don't want to, you know, kind of steal my own thunder. When I get there Saturday, and hopefully Sherry has handouts, and I'll bring a bunch of handouts as well. I've been going all over the state. Hopefully you've seen this summer. I've been hosting a whole bunch of our cabinet secretaries. This is something I do, whether it's a Democrat administration or a Republican administration. Whenever someone goes through their confirmation, I say, hey, if I vote for you, you got to commit to come to Alaska soon in your tenure and meet my constituents, see our big issues up close and personal. And we've hosted, I've had the opportunity of hosting 9 cabinet secretaries since June. And I'll have the secretary of the VA at AFN. So I'll be hosting him at AFN just in a couple weeks. So that'll make 10. So we're excited about that. The VA is going to be really important because our Alaska Native communities do so much in terms of the military. ANB, ANS is the same way. Alaska Natives serve at higher ranks in the military than any other ethnic group in the country. Another great thing about our Alaska Native communities. So patriotic. So this secretary is going to be there. And we're going to do some roundtables with Alaska Native VAs, our veterans. We're going to hopefully make some progress. We will make progress on the Native allotment issue, which I care deeply about. That down in Southeast, our Alaska Native Vietnam veterans, you know, have not been treated well, getting their allotments. We got a lot of them in Southeast Alaska. We need to get this bill of mine. It was my bill, if you remember. Secretary Holland didn't do much to get those allotments out. I think the Secretary of Interior, who's also going to be in Alaska soon, and the Secretary of the VA, they're working hard on getting our Vietnam vets, our heroic Vietnam vets, their allotments. And I do want to thank ANB and ANS. You guys have been great champions on these Vietnam veteran Native allotments. And I want to thank you for that. You've been one of the best stalwart groups of any in the state pushing for that. And really, really want to thank you. But the other thing I've been doing all summer back home is I've been getting out to as many groups as possible to walk people through this July bill that we passed. It's called the One Big Beautiful Bill. I don't like that name. We should call it the Alaska Opportunity Act. That's what I'm referring to this bill as, because there's so much in it for our great state. There's no state that did better than the great state of Alaska on this bill. If this bill were split into 10 different bills, each of those bills themselves would be a big deal for our state. But the fact that it's one big bill is really something, but it's caused confusion. There have been some ads back home on social media, on TV. Maybe you've seen them, maybe you haven't. You know, I'm not going to try and get political here, but they're run by groups that are not, never want to help Alaska. And they put out information on this bill that are just completely inaccurate, especially as it relates to healthcare for Alaska Natives. Some real shameful ads, in my view. I've watched them. They're meant to scare elders and scare seniors. So what I really want to do when I'm with all you guys is walk through this bill. I've been given presentations to everybody. Every day we're doing new Zooms, town halls, presentations to Native groups, to businesses, to chambers of commerce, to Rotaries, to city councils, you name it. We've been briefing them on, because this bill has so much in it for our state. It's really about the Alaska comeback. It's about the Alaska economy. It's about Alaska jobs. And I will tell you this, in terms of healthcare, it's going to strengthen our state. We have hopefully you've read about it, a $50 billion rural hospital transformation fund. I'm proud to say I had a lot to do with getting that in the bill. And that is going to transform in a good way Alaska Native healthcare, which by the way is not touched. Medicare is not touched. Medicaid's not touched. Social Security's not touched. So if you're reading something or seeing something online that says otherwise, well, just take it with a grain of salt because that's not truthful. So it's exciting time on the economy, on our buildup of the Coast Guard, our buildup of the military, on strengthening healthcare, on making aviation much more safe in Alaska, on making sure taxes stay low so we can grow our economy, on securing the border so we don't have fentanyl and Mexican drug cartels and Alaska Native villages. This bill has so much. And what I'll do, hopefully, if I'm there, because I sure want to be there, on Saturday is walk all of you through that a little bit more and then be able to take questions and just enjoy the great camaraderie of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood. And again, I just want to thank all of you for all you've done, the history, the tenacity, the class, the cooperative spirit, which ANB and ANS have worked in our state as a great example for decades, is so commendable. And as I mentioned, I'm very proud to wear this hat and be part of the ANB. I cherish that. And I look forward to being with everybody on Saturday and doing a little bit more of a deep dive on some of these issues and being able to take your questions, comments, suggestions. And until then, you have Sherry on my team, and hopefully she's got some good handouts. But if you have any questions or issues or anything you need from the federal government, VA, Social Security, any issue with the federal agency, let us know. We're here to help. We work for you guys, and our door is always open. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words, and hopefully my goal is that I'll be seeing you all in about 48 hours on Saturday in Wrangell. So thanks again, and I look forward to catching up with everybody in person in 2 days. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you very much, Senator Sullivan. We do have our Grand Secretary with the responsibility now, that Hampton, if she could do so now.
Good morning, Senator Sullivan. Just to confirm, Sherry has been working diligently with us. We will make sure all of that is ready and printed up, ready for distribution on Saturday for you. Ashley, Chief, thank you. Senator Sullivan. Thank you, Mr.
Round of applause for Senator Sullivan. Thank you. Good to see you in Parliament. And we'll see you Saturday, the Lord will. Is that been Heather? Next up.
Okay, so we have our Wrangell mayor who's gonna do her welcome. So according to the schedule, we're only 10 minutes behind now. And then we're gonna do the bringing in the colors. And credentials needs about 20 more minutes before we can actually open the meeting. So let's hear from Patty Gilbert, City of Wrangell's mayor.
Thank you. I already feel very welcomed with you. Welcome to foggy Wrangell. We didn't plan it that way, but we've had fog the last couple of weeks. So I want to, Wrangell is honored to be your host for the 113th annual ANB ANS, I can't even read my writing, Grand Camp Convention, where this year's theme is Give Me Your Hand. What a wonderful sentiment. As Sandy Churchill stated, the ANS Grand President, this is your opportunity to gather in person, preserve your history and culture, share your ideas and dreams, your expectations and experiences, and make new connections and friendships. Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood organizations have a long and successful history of implementing significant changes to advancing civil rights and preserving traditional languages and customs for Alaska Natives. And Wrangell is honored to have your Grand Camp Convention meet here, and you're welcome anytime. Again, welcome to Wrangell, welcome home. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, thank you for hosting us in this fine weather we have in Southeastern. All we have to do is wait 10 minutes and it'll change. They're welcome, and it's with great appreciation, we welcome you and thank you for hosting us this year. At this time, we would like to have the presentation of our colors as we begin our opening ceremonies for the 113th Grand Camp Convention. So at this time, I call forth the color guard. Yes, go ahead. And as they gather themselves, after the color guard, you'll see on the program that the delegates who are present here, after the color guard comes in, we can come in our usual fashion to stand in honor with the colors at that time. So as they gather together, be mindful that if you're going to have coffee with you, leave your coffee at your table. So we'll march in after the color guards are presented. So we'll stand at ease until we're ready to do that. Thank you so much. More. So the color card is waiting for if you are a military, a Vietnam vet, or someone who served in the military, please join them in the doorway to bring the colors in. Before I see her, we have a
Brother Denver will be in September. It's persistent, so I guess I'll be based in. Well, I'm not sure how many boots on the slide there. But they're also by.
Could we all rise?
All right, march. Colors, both. Left, please. Post. Attention. Left, please. Face it. Present arms. Order arms. Veterans dismissed. Thank you very much, color guard, as we're standing here before. We would not be fully responsible if we didn't do the following in honor of our color presentation. Would you join me saying the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice. For the chief, you may be seated. We have an opportunity to begin to move into our regular convention schedule. It's somewhat in flux, but that's okay. That won't stop the work we have. But I think besides saying the Pledge of Allegiance, I think it would be very important that we recognize that it is our Creator whom created us to do this work. If we could have our opening prayer be said at this time, and I would ask Donna Kuntz of ANS Camp One, if she would please do so. Could you escort her up, please, Sergeant at Arms?
Good morning.
Morning.
Wonderful way to start our day, seeing your beautiful faces and your hearts. Bow your heads with me, please. Father God, we thank you so much for this gathering. We thank you for this day. Lord, we ask you to give a special blessing upon each and every heart, that the ANB and the ANS stand strong in your sight. Lord, to help all the peoples that need help, to give them peace, to give them life, to bring them laughter, to help those that need you, to take care of our vets. Lord God, we ask you above all things to take care of this United States that you have given to each and every one of us that are here. Lord, give us strength, give us peace amongst ourselves, and bring fruition from this meeting. It's in your name we give thanks, and we say, amen.
Please be seated. I call on the Grand President of the Alaska Native Association, Sandy Churchill, to take a moment of recognition to thank the wonderful person for praying on our behalf.
Chief, Donna. Donna. Yes, it was very short, thank you. I'll have to tell a story that I asked her to do the blessing 10 years ago, right here at the Nolan Center, and she went on and on and on and on. So I told her next time, make it short, and she did. Good night, Chief.
Yes. Thank you very much, Grand President Sandy Churchill. Now we'd like to call forth Executive Min Heather Spellman-Gurko, if she could help facilitate and introduce President Peterson, the President of Central Council, who is standing by online. Executive Min Heather.
Good morning, everybody. Excuse me. Morning. Good morning, thank you. President Peterson, are you online? And Chief, we'd like to welcome you. I apologize, my allergies are acting. I'm so sorry. We'd like to welcome you to addressing the 113th Grand Camp Convention. Chief, for sharing your words and your heart with us today. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Chakuhidi Hit, Richard Peterson, President of Central Council Tlingit Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. It's a real honor to be here this morning, and I would like to address our ANB Grand Officers and our ANS Grand Officers, Sasha Sovolov, Grand President, Woodrow Watson, First Vice President, Tamsin Alzat, Secretary, James Lanos Jr. Treasurer, Chad Tittle, Sergeant at Arms, Richard Jackson, Grand President Emeritus, Sandra Churchill, Grand President, Heather Powell, First Vice President, Virginia Oliver, Second Vice President, Jessica Lanos Cintron, Secretary, Elias Chase, Treasurer, Sasha Anderstrom, Sergeant at Arms, and Millie Schoonover, Grand President Emeritus. And I also want to recognize all of our past ANB and ANS Grand Presidents and Grand Officers. It's an honor always to be in front of you to speak to our parents, the ANB and ANS. Here at Clinton Haida, we never forget that if not for the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood, that we would have never come into existence. That through that lawsuit, through the recognition by the federal government to establish Clinton Haida for that lawsuit, we wouldn't be here today. I want to offer sincere apologies. I had every intention up until yesterday to be with you in person in Wrangell. Many of you are aware of the government shutdown, and as the majority of our funding through Tlingit and Haida is federal funding, we thought it prudent and best to with the government shutdown happening we've suspended all travel unless it's an emergency. So we had to cancel this trip and some others immediately, just to show prudent responsibility. Tlingit Haida has grown under the last decade, from about 190 employees to about 650 employees today. We enjoy an 80% tribal citizen employment, and it's that responsibility to keep our staff employed, to keep imperative services to our most needy rather than traveling. So I hope that you do not take it as any disrespect that I am not there with you in person, but the respect to our citizens, that we are suspending travel in light of this government shutdown. I wanted to add that to my remarks today because it's what we're living with. Again, I want to say Gunakshish, thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I want to thank the people of Wrangell for allowing us to gather on your beautiful homelands. I'm always humbled by the power of the Stakine River that has fed our people for thousands of years. And I know that we have battles in front of us to protect that river and many other very important rivers throughout Southeast Alaska. The Alaska Native Sisterhood and Brotherhood have long stood for unity, justice, the strength of our people. This year's theme, Give Me Your Hand, reminds us that we are called to walk together, to lift one another up, and to face today's challenges hand in hand. These are challenging times for our communities, from the high cost of living to the threats to our lands and waters, to the weight our families carry every day, but together we're never alone. When we extend our hands to each other, we extend not only hope, but resilience and the promise of a better tomorrow. One of the greatest responsibilities we share is to steward our homelands and waters, the source of our food, our culture, and our way of life. At the same time, we know we must bring ingenuity and innovation to Southeast Alaska, working together to move from extractive economies to regenerative economies that can sustain us. An economy that honors our lands, strengthens our sovereignty, and truly benefits our people and communities, not just today, but for generations to come. We also know that the strength of our future depends on the health and well-being of our people today, especially our youth. In our rural communities, education remains one of our greatest challenges and one of our greatest opportunities. Our students deserve the same quality of education as anywhere else, yet schools are under-resourced, teachers are stretched thin, and access to technology and broadband has been limited. Tlingit Haida is committed to advancing Head Start and language programs and workforce development opportunities throughout the region. Supporting our students and educators is essential if we are to prepare the next generation of leaders to carry our people forward. And the same is true for healthcare. Many of our families still face long distance to care, shortages of providers, and gaps in behavioral health services. For too many, care is delayed or simply out of reach. The current administration doesn't seem to understand the challenges of Indian country, much less the rural villages of Southeast Alaska. We need to continue to strengthen our tribal health systems, invest in rural clinics, and ensure that our people can access quality care close to home. Healthcare is not a privilege, it is a right, and it is central to the well-being of our communities. Part of how we do this work and how we can do this work together is through advocacy at every level. Our ancestors fought for the right to vote and to have a voice in decisions that shape our lives. It is our civic duty, whether in local, state, or national elections, to carry that responsibility forward. When we vote, we honor their sacrifices and we make sure our children and grandchildren inherit a stronger, more just future. Local voting is happening right now, and we'll have opportunities next year to shape who is elected in Alaska and in Washington, D.C. Who will honor our sovereignty? Who will honor our values? How are we showing up to ensure our voices are heard? Clinton Haida is committed to honoring the legacy of our ancestors whose courage, discipline, and unity guided our elders when these organizations were born. On behalf of Clinton Haida, I raise my hands to you. May this Grand Camp strengthen our unity and renew our shared commitment to protecting what is sacred while building a future rooted in resilience, justice, and hope. Kunakshish Hawa, I pray for you all to have a very good and safe Grand Camp and safe travel mercies as you return to your communities.
Thank you very much, President Peterson, we always stand side by side with you for the kinds of things that all of our people need. Appreciate your time and your diligence, President Peterson. Thank you very much. And a very nice round of applause again for President Peterson. All right, thank you. Now we get to move on to a participatory theme. Excuse me, Heather, go ahead, or Tamsin.
I think that President Peterson would be pleased, because I did have a question, but I'm fine with that thing. Asking for the chief.
All right, thank you very much. As we move down through the agenda now, we have a chance for us to move around. You'll notice on the program that all of you who are in the Nolan Center, if you would please step outside the door as we make our entrance. Those of you who can do so, please do so. And once we're here, we'll sing our anthem song, Onward Christian Soldiers, once we're gathered here in front. So if you would kindly, if you're able, move to the entrance door so that we can do our march. Thank you.
And then, right, does this all do? For the cap, it's just, all it is.
Okay, I let him.
So it would just be the default. And if it's. I'll turn it around. Oh, yes.
Really. Her voice carried us. And false standards. Let me know. Go for it. We all stand in absolute unity as we marched in. If you would join Heather and I in singing our Onward Christian Soldiers song.
Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. With the cross of Jesus going on before. Christ the royal master leads against the foe. Forward into battle, singers, banners all. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. With the cross of Jesus going on before. At the sign of triumph, Satan's foes must flee. On then, Christian soldiers, on to victory. Hell's foundations quiver at the shout of praise. Brothers, lift your voices, loud your anthems raise.
Women,
Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. With the cross of Jesus going on before. Like a mighty army moves the church of God. Brothers, we are treading where the saints have trod. We are not divided, all one body we, one in hope and doctrine, one in charity.
everyone.
Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. With the cross of Jesus going on before. Onward then, ye people, join our happy throng. Blend with our youth voices in the triumph song. Glory, laud, and honor unto Christ the King. This through countless ages, men and angels sing. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. With the cross of Jesus going on before.
Winners Cheese, stand at ease. And you may be seated. As you're seating yourselves and moving on to the next portion of our opening program, I have three rather important announcements to make having to do with our process this morning. And in not particular any order, this announcement is going to be a happy one, like they all are. Woodrow Watson and his lovely wife, they said those wonderful vows yesterday on their 59th anniversary. Around Stan, Woody, and your beloved wife. Goodness cheese for all your workmanship and everything that you do. Thank you for attending us in our convention. A round of applause again. Of course, our doings that we're doing here is to read the organized village of Saxman, the land of announcements. We acknowledge that the land and the labor of the Supreme Kawan peoples whose connection to this land we remember and whose presence, past, presence, and future we respect as part of our Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp mission of supporting and fostering learning through the generation and dissemination of knowledge. We acknowledge that the land we are on today is the original homeland. And to this, we bring all due honor and respect, and thank you for allowing us to walk on and do this service. Last but not least, in our process to get things going here in Wrangell, whether it's foggy outside or not, we have some things that we are necessary to do, but we can't have any motions, any activities until we receive a credential report to establish a quorum. Hampton?
I do apologize.
Yes. Thank you, Village Chief. We have received some information from our credential table outside that they're almost ready with some information regarding the attendance of local camps here physically in the Nolan Center and also those on Zoom. And we're going to allow them just a couple more minutes before we get a report from them. But rumor has it that we have 11 total.
11 camps, the last rumor.
And the last rumor was that we have 11 camps that are present and on Zoom, and so we won't officially say that until our credential table gives us that formal report. So pending that, I think it would be appropriate that we have the two grand presidents give their welcome speech to the convention, and being the great person that we are, we always let the ladies go first, so I would call Grand President Emeritus Billy.
I'd like to be mine now.
Yes, I will willingly pay the $5 fee for overlooking the Grand President Emeritus, the sister should. So go ahead, Millie.
Our sergeant at arms will collect your $5 fine. Sasha will collect from Sasha.
Good morning, brothers and sisters and guests. I would just like to speak a little bit about protocol. This is something we've done for over 100 years. So for those of you that are unaware, we wear our caps and kugenas at special times. During convention, ANB, ANS brand officers and all of the camps will wear their caps. The only time we wear both the cap and kugena is during the grand entrance, which to me was very beautiful because we have not been able to do this in person for a long time. So it really, really warmed my heart. This also helps set the tone for this year's convention. So those that wear their kugenas all the time are the Grand President Emeritus, both Grand Presidents, and the Sergeant at Arms. They wear them throughout the convention. The other special time that we wear our cap and kugena is during Memorial and when we have our election of the incoming officers. One of the things that we've done forever and ever and ever, and it used to be a really fun thing, this helps raise money for Grand Camp. So if you're not wearing your cap during convention, you will get a fine. The fine goes toward Grand Camp. If you are late, a long, long time ago when I was Grand Sergeant at Arms, people get fined, and it's kind of a fun thing. Like if you're chatting or laughing, okay, one of the biggies If you don't silence your cell phone and it rings out loud, because that's very disruptive, that's a $50 fine. So please, please, please put your phone on silence. Have a great day and a great convention.
Thank you very much, Grand President Emeritus of the Alaska Native System Committee, for enlightening us about some of the things we need to do. It applies to us all because of our honor and our service, and I appreciate you having that brought forward, Chiefs. At this time, I'd like to call the Grand President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood, Sandy Churchill, to welcome you to Wrangell and the 113th Grand Camp Convention hosted by them.
Day Yanagway, Ayahat, Stekin Kwan, Ayahat, Chop, Nakatsati. My English name is Sandy Churchill. My Tlingit name is Day Yanagway, which is a new name for me because I was recently adopted by the Nanya IE. I would normally introduce myself as Suit Sun Fla, which is my Simpsian side. So now I belong to Wrangell, the killer whale clan. So welcome. I wanted everybody to just know that it takes more than the Grand President. It takes the whole bunch of us behind the scenes putting together this convention. And I know we started out with foggy weather and and the credentials running a little behind because of printers and so forth, but we're all here. I think we're catching up on our schedule now, and I look forward to everybody sharing their experiences and just gathering together in person. We had a wonderful dinner last night, so I'm hoping that the convention runs smoothly. And I just wanted to welcome each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you very much. It is with great excitement and genuine happiness that I formally welcome you to the ANB Grand Camp 2025 hosted in Wrangell, Alaska. This year's convention will reflect on the local camp's wishes to have a face-to-face gathering to conduct our business as it was originally accomplished by our founders when they gathered in 1912. Each delegate attending will come with a desire to help learn, bring your local camp needs, become rejuvenated with your sisters and brothers to strengthen our bond on how to be in service to one another as we go about the daily tasks. Our families, clans, and our beloved organizations of ANS and ANB will once again become leaders in today's world. Our children, grandchildren, moms and dads, uncles and aunties will welcome the opportunity presented in our gathering in Wrangell, Alaska on October 2, 3, and 4, 2025. So meet, greet one another, and have a positive renewal experience with your friends, relatives, and fellow delegates. May our Creator bless our gathering and enrich our spirits. And welcome to the convention. Thank you. At this moment, pending the announcement from the credential table, we'll stand at ease until we hear the report. So we have about 5-10 minutes of at ease. You can get your coffee, stretch yourselves around, and we'll call ourselves back to order in 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you.
I got this second monitor last week. Before I commenced last year. And I said that it was
Like, we take this and we take the emails and then the person that does it, they do that. And we put it into a spreadsheet and then set. And that does help with this. Yeah. I can't say it isn't fun. Yes, so you're gonna based off the email that we're writing. They'll get confirmation once the registry doesn't change. Yeah, so. All the stuff, with getting everybody put in. $10 to register, and then $10 as a donation.
That's all, that's all.
Yeah, we did, we're right there.
Someday, huh? You can do it. I can have one right now. Oh, yeah. When do you do it? What are your
Okay, could everybody be seated and we'll listen to another speaker while we're waiting. We have the US Forest Service Wrangell District Ranger here, Miss Tori Hauser. So let's give her a warm welcome, Tori. Oh,
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Tori Hauser and I'm the district ranger for the Wrangell Ranger District. Here we have about 1.5 million acres that we steward with the helping hands of all of the people in this room and the tribes across all of Alaska. I'm glad that I was able to be here because I thought maybe I would have to send somebody else in my place. Because I, like so many people in these small communities, I wear a lot of hats. And one of those hats that I wear is the varsity swim coach. And we're gonna be going to Sitka for our swim meet today. But because of some fog and because of the scheduling, I was able to be here. And I'm just really excited to say welcome and thank you. And what an honor it is to be able to work with this group of people. and to give some information about some of the projects that we do together. And I gotta say, I'm a little bit nervous because, you know, I'm a little outclassed. I came in here after the senators, after the mayor, probably after Sandy and the president, and gosh, I'm not a great public speaker. More of a, stay in the trees and hide out kind of. So I'm gonna do my best. And I do hope that we'll get some questions at the end, and if I can't answer those, I'll bring them back and then try to submit some answers. Okay. And then I also want to say welcome to all the people on the screen. Hope the sound is good. Let's just jump right in. So the Forest Service here in Wrangell has worked with the tribe for a really long time. And since I've been here, some of the awesome projects that we've been working on, I'm really excited about, are just recently, we had a culture camp here in Wrangell. And it was focused on some of our elders and bringing elders together so they can talk, commune, and do projects together and share their knowledge and language. And that project was funded through a Resource Advisory Council of Rural Schools funding. And it was an excellent experience. And I personally got to spend some time in the evening just telling stories. And I was warmly embraced by that group of people and was able to participate. And I learned so much just sitting and listening to people's lived experiences. And although I don't get to claim that I have the same cultural heritage, I am still human. I still share that humanity and that need for connection and that great learning that can happen across some cultural boundaries. I'd also like to acknowledge that the road that the Forest Service and the tribes have traveled has not been a smooth one, that it's been bumpy at times, and that our history together has been fraught sometimes with challenges. And so I'm grateful to all the people for being willing, being resilient, and being willing to move forward with us and to teach us a better way. Some of the other projects that we've worked on have been, we do a trail project together where the tribe provides trail laborers and road laborers, and all summer long they go out and maintain our roads so that people can go hunting on Zarembo. Roads are open. We haven't been able to have a contract for road maintenance on Wrangell Island for a couple of years. And so that crew from the Wrangell Cooperative Association has kept these roads open for subsistence purposes throughout the years. That's been a major benefit for all the people in Wrangell for their gathering and hunting needs. Another project that we do, and one that's always my favorite, is we're trying to support all of the new artwork, the cultural revitalization project with the carving shed. I understand that dinner was held last night in the carving shed. Everybody see all the cool, that awesome resource? Yeah. So the day before, Tony, one of the carvers, he called us up and was like, "Hey, you got some muscle?" And fortunately, we do have a big group of young muscle people. And so we just always love to heed that call. And so just like the name of the program, what is it? Our hands together with our hands.
Hyundai Gym.
Hyundai Gym.
Give me your hand.
Give me your hand. And so I was so grateful to be asked, give me your hand. And so a group of people, about 20 folks from the Forest Service, came down and helped move these big totems in and out of the carving shed so that there was room for the dinner and so that they could start their new carving projects. Another piece of that project is that we're working with the community and the tribe to identify cedars on the forest. I've already signed and authorized for those trees to be taken by the tribe and then to have them cut and brought to the carving shed. So that'll be a big deal so that we have more trees and more carving projects into the future. So we're pretty excited about that. Another one of the great projects that we're working on is we share the goal of maintaining food resources for all people, especially where it's hard to get here in Alaska. And we had a really healthy diet for a long time of fish, venison, and berries, and all the things that come from this great landscape. So a project that we have together is to try to sustain salmon in our streams. And a lot of those stream beds where the fish are coming to rear and to leave their eggs, and have their eggs grow into little fry and then go out into the ocean, to protect those resources so that we can keep that food source for everybody over time. So we're working with the tribe on some revitalization projects and restoration work on the forest and in the streams. And it has to be kind of a big partnership because the Forest Service just goes to the boundary of the stream. So we have to work with the state and we have to work with the tribes and all of the stewards of this landscape. Those are all the projects I came thinking about. And if there's any questions, I'd be very happy to try to take them. And if I don't know the answer, I will bring them back and then submit them to. Anybody have any questions for me? All right, Lou, what do we got?
I don't have a question, just a comment. We the ANB, ANS, and our tribal levels really appreciate the partnership that we have with the Forest Service. It's like it has gone full circle. The Forest Service may be in charge of those trees, but the Forest Service will give us a permit to get those trees for totem poles or whatever. We really, really do appreciate U.S. Forest Service. So thank you for being here today and sharing your little bit of knowledge of just being in Rainbow. I'm from Prince of Wales. We have 2 Forest Service rangers on our island, and we also, the 4 tribes, also work very, very closely with the Forest Service. And granted, at first, there were challenges, but because we're all one people, and we have the same goals and same purposes, you can come to a consensus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melanie.
Thank you, Tori. The question I had was about the old growth forest. Is there information that you can give us on that?
What do you want to know?
Is there a lot of our old growth forest left? That's what I'm wondering.
So the Forest Service, we have a land resource management plan, and it divides the forest up into what we call land use designation areas. And there are several of those designations, such as wilderness, Lud 2, and old growth reserve, that are all managed for the specific purpose of maintaining old growth habitat and resources. So there is a substantial amount, and I can actually give you the numbers of acres that are maintained as old growth. And also, I think right now, we're going through a land management plan revision where we're updating those plans. And it's really important to have the tribe participate. And I know that we are, because these assessments just recently went out and we got a whole bunch of comments back, like Lou's comments about how is old growth being managed and maintained and sustained into the future. So I'm grateful for that, and I say please continue to participate in the forest plan revision process to ensure your needs are met.
Okay, great. When is that deadline that you'll be finishing now?
The forest plan revision, I think we have to have it done by 2027, so it's a little while. And then there's all these little sections, like we call them gates or whatever. You have to, we'll send out messages, oh, please review this assessment, and that kind of thing. So I'll keep you up to date on the timeline. And also, there's a great website. So if you go to the plan revision website, you can see it on the Forest Service page, has the timeline.
Lori Hauser, U.S. Forest Service District Ranger. I'd like to thank you for your talk on the elder culture camp. It was really a wonderful experience, and I'm glad that you brought that up. And there's a lot of people here that did attend that, and we did move it from Old Town to Aldertop Village. Excuse me. And it was really rewarding because more people were able to engage. And when you showed up and brought the deer burger for the deer meat spaghetti the following night, we were really grateful and appreciated your input, and the botanists and the archaeologists and Erica and Laura that came to teach. And I was just wanting to say that, and thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for being here, and I was wondering, since the government shut down, if your workers would still be available to help with tribal projects.
No, I'm not allowed to speak about the field. I'm still working. I'm still committed to doing our projects. Hopefully the disruption of the government shutdown will not last too long, and we'll be up and the staff will be ready to help again. But for now, they are off until further notice.
Okay, well, I was former president of local Lincoln Heights. I'm Sue Stevens, and my sister Lou and Sandy and Sammy and Richard and Arthur, Virginia, we were all on the board. But we had 7 benches that we got with our COVID money from President Biden, and they're not stable. They have a big heavy piece of wood sitting on 2 log stumps. And since Forest Service put down the original benches down there that wore out several years ago, I was gonna see if you guys would be willing to help with that.
I think that's something that seems right up our alley. And when we are back to work, I hope you'll come over and talk with me about it.
Thank you.
Hello, Sean, how are you doing, my name is Heather Gergo, I'm with Alaska Native Brotherhood of Ben. I'm also a member of Alaska Native Brotherhood Camp 49 out of Portland, Oregon, Columbia River 49, but I'll change for your presentation. In 2020, at the time, the ANS Executive Committee woman Paulette Mayo and myself are grand presidents of the ANB and the ANS respectively. And at that time, we signed an MOU, so memorandum of understanding with the U.S. Forest Service Superintendent of Tongass, Earl.
Yeah, Earl Stewart.
Yes, so that expired on February 20th of this year. So this is a relationship that many past presidents have worked on. And I know it's probably not your purview, but if you could please bring the message to the ears and we can hear it. We do want to continue this relationship with the U.S. Forest Service. It's very important to us. It provides access to things like U.S. Forest Service housing when we have police and communities. We know our families travel from afar, access to things, and at one time we hoped USDA food services within our communities. But that opportunity for growth and connection and relationship is so important to us. So I just wanted to remind the body that our U.S. Forest Service memorandum of understanding has expired as of February 20th of this year. And if it is the wish of the body to move forward with this, it's something that we should discuss, but please bring it forward to the powers that be and know that we would love to continue conversations to see where we can go from here.
Wonderful. And may I ask, that's specifically with ANS, ANB?
Correct. Yes, the Grand Camp, yes. And it affected all of our camps and all communities, even down in Portland.
Great.
Thank you, Tori. My question is more similar to Lou's about the trees. I was wondering about the regulations of what you look for when you're taking from these cedar trees. Like, in terms of old growth versus new growth, I know you're keeping the old growth under management, but what do you look for versus the younger trees of how much growth there is or what the tree's looking like in terms of its life or its durability?
This is a great question, and I have to take it to our silviculture staff because I'm not an expert, and I wouldn't want to give you like the wrong answers, but I will say that our silviculturists are looking at trees in terms of sort of like a crop a lot of the time, and they wanted to grow them taller and faster, and so that they are perfect for lumber. Now that has changed over time. Oh, sorry. That's changed over time because now we acknowledge that these trees have various different values for different things. And so now we're learning together that, hey, now we need to be looking at cedars, not just as like, okay, how many boards going to create? Is it a great veneer log? That kind of thing. It can also be a work of art. And so now we are really learning together how to identify trees for artwork. And that on Prince of Wales Island, that's where they really started that project where they have been going out with some carvers to say, this is what makes a great carving tree. And we're learning from cultural knowledge. So it's pretty awesome. And then just there's a whole lot of science in young growth and how fast can trees grow and how much light and what exposure and all kinds of great sciencey stuff. Can I kind of get around to that?
Good afternoon, Paulette Marino, ANS Executive Woman. Thank you so much for your presentation. Through the chair, if you could also bring back to the Forest Service respectfully that the people of the Tongass and the different communities with the government shutdown and the hardships in our communities and our villages, that I know sometimes we approach the Forest Service and others to get permits to be able to do the things on the land that we need to do to take care of our families. Hunting, fishing, and gathering are our way of life. If there's not a staff member that is present, during that time, if you could perhaps, if it's appropriate with the body, to take back to the leadership that we need to be able to still, and we will, still gather our plants, our medicines, hunt and fish to feed our families, especially during economic hardships. So that is something that I wanted to bring forward respectfully, that is important, and that's what is our intention, is to continue to feed our families and get the plants and berries during these different hard times. Thank you.
Greatly appreciate that comment, and we'll bring it back to our leadership.
Thank you for, presenting, convention this year, and my name is Lynette Marino, here in campaign president. Coming down with my fellow delegate, we came on the ferry from Juneau, and I noticed that there's a lot less clear cutting, signs. And so I just wanted to say that that is very encouraging, because, you know, it was pretty gross to leave scars on the earth. That's, thank you very much. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you very much.
Morning. Good morning. Kevin Allen, Camp 70, Juneau. I just wanted to ask, I know 2 years ago, the Forest Service had signed the co-stewardship with Clinton High over at the Mendenhall Visitor Center, the glacier area over there. I was hoping if you could speak a little bit about that co-stewardship agreement, what it's been like on the Forest Service perspective, and what you've learned these past 2 years since that agreement's been signed.
I appreciate the question, and definitely when I attend our leadership meetings and I talk with the ranger in Juneau, we do get to hear about this agreement, but I'm not an expert on it, so I don't want to like say too much. Although what I'll say is maybe in the grander scheme, the co-stewardship agreement, and maybe you can help me. What it does is it, at the Mendenhall Visitor Center, which receives 1 million visitors a year, we have staff from both the Forest Service and Tlingit and Haida that provide information for all those visitors from all around the world to talk about cultural heritage and natural resources and how they all intertwine. And from my perspective, just on the outside, I think that it's really, really working well. I think, you know, there's challenges in those things like who pays us and how do we know what our schedule for work is? And, you know, the things that all administrative processes take a time to shake out. But the bottom line piece of providing high quality information and experiences and opportunities to the visiting public, to the national forest, to the lands of the Tlingit people, that has improved, that's gotten better. So the bottom line is this co-stewardship is helping all of us, and it's really helping us to meet that overall goal. And you know, we have to just work through some of those fun, like, oh gosh, how does this do this? Who's in charge of the boiler room? Whatever, those kind of things that happen. So, but one thing I know is that because of the co-stewardship and because of this relationship, they are keeping Mendenhall open during the furlough. So it's so important to all the people involved that they are exempted furlough.
Thank you.
Hi, Tori. My name's Gabriel Taylor. And I just wanted to formalize the fact that from the top down at the Forest Service, they are supportive of the 5 landless communities, 5 communities. So I thought that was the last county that you said on that. Yeah, Rainbow is what communities are thinking. There seems to be a little bit of disconnect between the regions. You can also NBC. You can make it a point to visit important offices and of course from the agriculture, the forest service. When we send our representatives back to DC to state our case, we're still waiting for precedent. Our 5 communities to be included in that size. So I just wanted to state that we're still working on it. We have a bill on the Senate side, a bill in the House, and any kind of verbal support that you can give for our cause will be greatly appreciated. Good, thank you.
Thank you for that, bring the information back to the leadership. Awesome. Sandy says I can make a run for it. Awesome. Thank you so much for the time and thank you for all the really tough questions. Hopefully I was able to answer them and I am committed to bringing back the information to our leadership from the comments and also try to provide some more information back to this group. So thank you very much for the time and I'm glad that I got to be here.
Then often. Beautiful. Okay. And have so I gotta go to the next one.
Okay, thank you so much, Tori. And we have, can we have Chad escort Heather Burko to the stand, please? So the first day of convention, October 2nd, is also Brother Heather's birthday. So we just don't want her to go off without getting birthdays thing. I think we'll sing it during Plinkett. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Sigu yagi, sigu yagi, sigu yagi, sigu yagi. Let's get started. Let's get started.
My oh my, to be 18 again would be wonderful. I mean, just willingly pay another $5 fine. I'd like to call on Executive ANS Paulette Marino, who has some introductions of our youth workers and our volunteer people who are working the floor. So if you would please come forward, Paulette.
Good afternoon. It is with great honor this morning on behalf of Central Council Quicket and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska that we introduce to you and call forward ANB Grand Sergeant of Arms. Could you please stand by to escort our emerging leader, Jasmine Knudsen. Jasmine, if you can stand, please. Thank you, ANB Grand Sergeant of Arms. Jasmine Knudsen is our emerging leader for 2024-25. Our Grand Presidents have asked that she would give us her address to the delegation at this year's convention. She's been a wonderful youth representative for Central Council, Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. It is with great honor that I introduce her at this time. Jasmine.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Good evening. For the invitation by ANB Grant Officer Sasha Sobola, ANS Grant Officer Sandy Churchill. And thank you to the past committee members, Marcelo Pinto, Heather Winkle, Joseph William Jr., ANS Grant Officer Cecilia Tabo Mario, Paula Mario, Bahim Ali, and the online members of ANB and ANS. My great-grandma, my great-grandparents attended and were involved with ANS and ANB. My grandparents, you may know more, is Harriet and Ron Knudsen. So they were very much involved with ANS and ANB, and I take pride in knowing that family have participated with ANS and ANB. I would like to stand before you and share some reflections on where we are and where we are heading. I would like to focus more on youth today because I attend these conventions throughout Southeast Alaska, and it's pretty alarming to me how there's not a lot of youth in the room. And these events, just this past few days in Juneau with the Native Youth Summit or Native Leader Summit in Juneau, there was only, including me, 3 youth in the room, and I do believe that that is alarming because we're not learning from everyone here in this room and how to gather and proceed in protocols and manners in that manner. And if for a moment, if there are any other youth at this time, if you could please stand so I can also recognize you, as I don't know who you may identify as. I believe one of our strongest tools is mentorship, as I was just mentioning earlier with the youth. And when I think of the grand executive committees, I don't see just as decision makings, but also as a training ground for our next generation. I imagine our youth sitting at these tables with maybe three youth tables filling up that space because we are learning and contributing from you guys. That kind of mentorship doesn't pass down knowledge, but it passes down responsibilities and a sense of belonging. For many of us, leadership meant navigating 2 worlds as I grew up in the West World in Seattle. I was shaped by systems that far removed from home, and I didn't really know what it meant to be Native. As I returned home, I realized how essential it is for us to know what it means to be Alaska Native. I did not understand of how much strength within that we had. So I asked that we ask for some mentorship from ANB and ANS in that way for our next youth generation as many of us want to come back home and learn from you guys. As ANB and ANS is the foundation of a volunteering, our gathering and ceremonials and events doesn't happen without the people who give their time freely. Volunteer work is a backbone of our society, and for our young people is one of the best ways to learn leadership. We learn humility, cooperation, and real leadership that isn't about standing in front of people, but standing with them. I hope we can plan for a generation to come, our ancestors to be planned for us, as we want to plant the seeds now for our tomorrow. Whether it's through education, cultural preservation, the governments and the choices we made today, I hope we serve to follow us. However, I want to emphasize the increasing rate of innovative technology that happens before us. As artificial intelligence is moving very rapidly, and we have to be more ready for it. If we don't create our own guardrail, especially to protect our arts and cultures and our traditions, they will use it in a way that doesn't benefit us. But if we learn how to use AI wisely, we can make it work for us. As we can imagine AI helping preserve endangered language, teaching our stories in our new ways, or connecting communities across time zones via Zoom movements. Now, before I choose, let me share a lighter moment. Flying into Wrangell, this is my first time, and the plane was pretty low, pretty close to the water. I said, God, I'm trying to dip us in the water. But it reminded me that I'm coming into a village. So I hope we can move forward together and learn from our elders and leaders, especially from ANB and ANS, of how important it is to mentor and guide our next generation. So on behalf of the Central Council of Lincoln Highland Indian Tribes of Alaska, Ganesh Hawa, Everytime.
Thank you to our emerged representative of the Central Council of Lincoln Highland Indian Tribes of Alaska, Jasmine Aplain Cheese. Our Ground President has asked that I take a moment to acknowledge and thank the over century of volunteers for the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, especially to all of you from your local camps and communities who have carried on the tradition of volunteerism. Thank you on behalf of the Grand Presidents of Grand Camp for everything that you do, the time with and away from your families, the time that you take to attend meetings, to advocate for the cause, and to keep our foundation and the spirit of the brotherhood and the sisterhood forward. A special thank you to our ANS host camp and to our ANB brothers here in Wrangell. Thank you so much for the wonderful welcome, for singing us in and for dancing us in at the airport and at the ferry. Thank you to all who provided a wonderful meal last night and transportation. The food was really good. Thank you so much for the coffee, for all of the things that you do to make us feel comfortable. Thank you for those who are taking care of all of our needs, if it be helping us refill coffee or even taking the trash out or sweeping the floor. We stand shoulder to shoulder. Your importance is as valuable as the person next to you. Thank you for the leadership that has come from Wrangell, and thank you for the leadership and the volunteerism that has come from each and every one of your communities throughout Alaska, Southeast Alaska, and in the Northwest. Play Gunishish to all the volunteers. Thank you.
Well, we have now arrived at the moment we've been waiting for, and critical to all of you who are here in the hall, in the Nolan Hall in Wrangell, and those of you who are zooming through the electronic media. We have this opportunity to hear the report of those who are zooming and those who are present in the hall, and I would ask their Grand Sergeant at Arms to escort Kevin Allen, who is going to report to us the results of the credentials. So please do so at this time. Hello, delegates. Good still morning. If I just eat this microphone, you might hear. And so I'll now give this over to the credentials chair to provide you the much anticipated report.
Thanks, Kevin. Thank you, guys. My name is Virginia Oliver. I'm second Grand Vice of Alaska Native Sisterhood. And we've been waiting quite a bit this morning to hear the credentials report to open up the voting situation of this convention 113 held in Wrangell, Alaska. I was asked earlier by Grand President Sasha to talk a little bit about what has been going on here with your credentials report. And I will let Mr. Kevin go ahead and give the numbers. Do you have them? All right. We have 58 camps voting with addition of Daphne and Gloria and Yakutat Camp 13. So we have, I know, 11 camps online, in Wrangell and online. And there are 4 delegates. I could find them. Wow.
I will now have Tam explanation.
Thank you, Sister. For the Grand Presidents as well as our delegation, I want to let you know that ANB Camp 15 Saxon has a delegate paid and credentialed and online, Brother Ginger McCormick. Secondly, one thing we are facing right now is like we do one recommendation was made that maybe we break early for lunch
Madam President, Mr. Grand President, because we do have a few individuals that need credentials, and we will set them up with a tablet and their credentials, but that will take time, and we do need to work with our HCP team. That way they have their vote, Madam President, Mr. President, but it's still anonymous per our Constitution. At this time, that's my left update. Thank you.
So, Mr. President, I'm very sorry to do this, but I would appreciate more time, as was just indicated by the brother. We would like to have these numbers to you perhaps after the lunchtime to provide this and give it another shot. Brandon. Thank you. My apologies, delegates.
Thank you. We'll have you update after lunch.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sisters, for your hard work. Really appreciate that. Heather Gerko, ANB executive. When you do compile the results, if you could please provide us the breakdown between brothers and sisters as well, as it really does help us find our balance together and lift each other up. So I'm going to teach for that. And as I have the mic, I want to thank our sister here, Kevin, for returning back to us. We're so grateful. And I wanted to share with Jasmine really quickly. Kevin was one of our youth representatives in the 2017 Grand Camp in Portland, Oregon, and has returned back to us after a few years away. So just lifting up our youth and the pathway that they come to choose.
And I just want to say we've got a good team of credentials. You know, I think in the long history of the organization, I don't know whether they had to think to online register some delegates. So it's still a very thorough process. So thank you.
So next on our agenda are the presidential appointments. And so we will start with the Credentials Committee, which is Chairperson Virginia Oliver. Committee on Committees Chair Millie Schoonover. Resolutions Committee Chair Kathleen John. Fisheries, Wildlife and Subsistence Chair Paulette Marino. Health and Education Chair. Yes.
Madam President, point of order, because we have not established our credentials in quorum. Again, the request by our sisters, Virginia and Kevin, that way it will give us time to address our delegates that need the tablets, and it will allow us again to get everything finalized so that if that decision was made, when we come back from the lunch break, everything will be ready and we will be allowed to move into establishing the quorum and moving forward as needed. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President. Yes.
Good Ashish, thank you. Paulette Marino, ANS Executive, I'd like to move that we defer the credential report until after lunch or a time to be determined. To defer the credential report, as our Grand President has suggested.
Point of order.
Sorry, I withdraw that because we can't make motions, so I make a friendly reminder that our Grand President has suggested that the credential report come after lunch.
Okay, well, we will continue these appointments after lunch then. So everybody, Sweet Tides, one of our local bakeries, has provided lunch. Is it here? Oh, it'll be here just a few minutes before 12. What? Fine. Okay, well, I guess we're on recess.
Yes, that's going to be so hard to, professional.
Do we have Zoom, speakers? Do we have Lisa Markowski on?
That we have, I just have a recording from Senator Rakowski that they did play. Oh, yes, sorry, Madam President, forgive me. There is a recording from Senator Rakowski as well as some documents to be distributed. So I can ask, get it to our team and ask them to play it, and that's the wish, Madam President.
Okay, yes, that would be great. Thank you.
That will take a minute or two, but thank you, Chief, Madam President.
Well, hello and welcome. I wish that I could be there with you in Wrangell. Wrangell holds a special place in my heart where I spent so many of my childhood years. My Tlingit name is Anshawatki, Lady of the Land. I am of the Raven moiety and adopted into the Deshitan clan. I want to thank Grand Camp Presidents Sasha Sobolev as well as Sandra Churchill for your hard work and really your outstanding leadership. But also to the officers and the delegates, thank you for being there today. Your mission to better the lives of Native people and their families, to fight for civil rights, and to advance land rights has led to real benefits for all Alaskans. Your theme this year, Our Heritage, Our Future, is as important as ever. And that's why, as chairman of the Indian Affairs Committee, I recently released a discussion draft based on recommendations from the Alice Spotted Bear and Walter Sobolev Commission on Native Children. The draft legislation addresses a wide range of issues affecting Native children and families, including child welfare, justice, health, housing, homelessness, education, and more. Honoring your history and culture is inseparable from ensuring a positive, thriving future for the children who will carry your heritage forward. I look forward to the positive impacts this bill could make. Now, I also recently helped reintroduce our landless legislation, which is, of course, high on your list of priorities. It is long past time that we acknowledge that these 5 communities were wrongly excluded from ANCSA. The Alaska delegation is working hard to ensure a remedy to this half-century injustice. There's no shortage of work taking place in DC, but it's also important to acknowledge the significance of your event and the work that you do on behalf of Alaska. Grand Camp is more than a gathering. It's a powerful symbol of unity and shared purpose. It honors the legacy of those who came before you and inspires the next generation to carry forward the mission of cultural preservation, self-determination, and community wellness. So thank you for your continued dedication to uplifting your people and strengthening the fabric of our great state. Gunishchish Hawa. Thanks so much. Take care.
Once again, thank you very much for being patient with the adjustments. Our southeast weather is kind of being there, but it's holding up some things, and we understand in our lifestyle that happens. Sometimes when you go fishing, it's sunny, and sometimes when you go fishing, it's raining. Well, at the moment we have fog, but that's okay. So with the consensus of feeling of what we're accomplishing today, we'll have a lunch break now, and I'm quite sure that we can call ourselves back to order after the lunch so we can get ourselves having a credential report. Hopefully with those coming, we'll be here by that time, and then we'll proceed with our business. Most esteemed executive person Cecilia Tabalero, do you have a question?
Is it possible to view the reading by Congressman Beggett? So we're done with that section of the agenda. Mr. Chair, I don't think we have a video.
We'll have to confirm with the secretary.
Okay. That answered the question, assistant. Okay, thank you. Stand by. So again, we'll declare ourselves at recess and enjoy a fine luncheon that has been prepared. Yes, okay. Executive Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heather Gerko, ANB Executive. In previous hybrid conferences, we've determined an amount of time, so Dots can put a timer, or excuse me, the CP can put a timer up for us. How long would you like this to be at lunch, Mr. Chair?
Okay, thank you.
How long?
1:30.
1:30?
Yes, until 1:30.
Yep. Okay, start the timer. It go up on the screen. Here we go.
Or I don't start. I was saying like anytime. No.
Great. We get it. Fine. Kevin. 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 Afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your wonderful lunch and company that you had, and we will call our convention out of recess now. And I would like to ask if the Grand Sergeant of Arms would escort Kevin Allen, who could explain the process that's going to be to help determine the result of the credential table in that process. So please. There's going to be some numbers, but there also is going to be a process. Thank you.
Yes, as Grand President Sobolev had said, it's going to be a process. What I actually need from you all is to open up your email, the email you signed up with to convention, and I'm going to need you to refer to your elector ID and password. We're going to try to do a simulated vote, since that is how we'll be voting. This simulated vote we'll be doing right now will provide us with the quorum. So again, I really need you guys to look at the email that you signed up here with. It should have a brand new email, Alaska Native Brotherhood, from Alaska Native Brotherhood, with the subject voting credentials and meeting invite. That's perfect, because we got to make sure everyone has gotten this email. So if you have not gotten this email, you haven't gotten the email?
No, I did a test earlier, but you're gonna do another one right now again?
Just to double check with you, Michael, are we doing the same test that was already open on Simply Voting, or are we doing a whole new test? All right, let's be a whole new test. Make sure to be ready. All right, like I said, any folks need help with the email? Okay. Is there anyone available that can help with folks who have trouble with their credential, their email, elector ID and password? Oh, that's it.
Sister,
Yes.
ACP, for the past 4 years, it does a tech check in the morning. And like I said, it takes a few minutes. So if they want to do that, through the chair, if that can be addressed, because we do have new delegates.
Michael, while you're doing those edits, is there any kind of information you can provide about Simply Voting? All right, for the folks that do have an elector ID and password email, if you go to the link on that email, it'll take you right to a page that looks like this, which you would then enter the password and ID.
We have some sick people who haven't gotten an email.
Oh, so yeah.
So while folks are getting their emails squared away, I went ahead and signed in with my elector ID and password, and I got the advanced test vote. Like Michael said, at ACP, we'll be getting another vote
But this is just a nice little thing to know that you're all logged in. You've got this page. That means you're a professional. You did it. Thank you, Mike. And so if you're following, of course, if you got this page, then you already know what you're doing, but you're thinking, well, this ain't a quorum ballot. So at the top right, there's 3 little bars you'll see. You want to click that, go to dashboard, and you got a quorum ballot. You click that and you hit yes, I'm present. And there we go. That's going to be important because I don't know how many folks are also at TNH as a delegate, but there's also online voting there. So,
Sir,
yes.
over here.
Over where?
Hello,
Oh, yes, brother.
I'm a delegate here. And I don't have email on my phone. I don't have a laptop with my email on. And you're saying that I will not be able to vote at this convention?
I'm, if you do not have an email or a laptop, we do have some tablets available if need be. Yes, Brother Tim, yes.
Okay. If you have a smartphone, we will get you set up. Right now, I'm working with
Sister Yvonne in Camp 14, a sister from Camp 87, I'll be with you in just a minute. Or if you want to call dots, they can help you with that.
What is the number? If I'm not able to vote.
An option, but we do have, Secretary has tablets available, but there is a phone number that DOTS or ACP will be putting up. So you're not limited, your access to vote is not limited. It just may take a little bit longer and extend the process. Thank you.
Yeah, just get them. So just get a hold of them.
And so our goal right here is to make it so we can all sign in or find and get comfortable with the way we're going to be voting this convention. Is there any other folks that need any login help or other methods of voting? I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of time for this forum vote for a second.
Eight, six, eight. Would it help if I read the number, brothers or sisters, for the support? Okay. Sister Kelly, some people do not read the number. Could you please?
Oh, at the very bottom.
Yes, could you please tell them?
If you're having troubles with any issues, you can reach ACP voting at 1-888-624-8683. Yeah. Also for email, there's support at ACP voting.
So I can indicate my credits to this.
Mr. Chairman, Paula Marino, ANS Executive.
Please, sister.
Sister Rhonda Butler has her hand up online. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Probably an email thing. Yes, I do. It's ID Alpha 1. Password is 4389. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Connie. Bye-bye. Thanks.
What I do, is I wrestle whether it needs the number on the votes, that's you can do it, good, so it makes it faster, better, okay, good. That's it.
Okay, that's what's maybe a technical glitch, but they're also hoping other.
Yeah, I called the number and my ID. Great. Just like folks.
Yeah. Now I see it. That's not a good thing. Okay, what's the seriously something?
You guys on with Zoom? Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, just checking up on you, see if you guys need to offline. Oh, that's okay. All right, there's an email that was sent out, it has join a meeting, I didn't touch that. And then they're right below it, I think that says to vote, yeah, touch that link. And then it shares us to what's called the dashboard. For online. And there's a number that you could call, you can't get online. 188, have 188, or if you say they'll and all right, go. All right, well, and then a trouble.
I'm kind of glad we said, just taking questions, yeah. No, but it's I have a lot of.
Has everyone logged in and went into ballot voting? No? Do you need some assistance with the email and helping them? Okay, great. It's not. And Michael from ACP voting, you are having quorum poll votes. Quorum poll votes are coming in, correct?
Yeah, we have 38 out of 65 votes in so far. Out of 65 possible electors, we have 38 quorum votes in now.
Okay.
Yes. I guess it's. No.
Yeah.
If they can.
So be honest, we have.
So, I thought can take a time. Yeah, I mean, obviously we need them, everybody needs to have their belief energy. Or even to establish a forum, even to establish a roll call. So once we establish roll call, once we establish a forum, roll call. So we'll say that at this point, I will ask maybe to push that 5 minute timer on, and within that 5 minutes, anybody that needs us, within 5 minutes, we're going to call for credentials. And I can come those in the place, yeah, electronic votes, or have partner system, that's quite included, or phone call for credential. Because it's 2:30, we'll have to go to absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
All right. Michael, if it's possible, if you could place a 5 minutes time limit on the quorum voting.
Absolutely. And just a quick note, we got some updates regarding Camp 13, so we're just sending those out right now. Please be patient. They'll be in your inbox in about a minute.
Thank you. And so we'll be at ease until the end of the quorum.
Yeah.
Right, sorry for this, but this is what it was, this.
This was like, so we need to go over to your statement. Some projects for me, are maybe there.
So, that's.
Michael?
Yes.
Brother James Lano Senior, Camp 14. I know they called, but you were busy. I got a tablet ready to go, but he does need to be called with his credentials too, since they have them.
I'm sorry, that was James Lano Sr.?
Well, he hasn't. Okay, sorry, I guess we may have them. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, I have. The Amber's right. Yeah, yeah. It's. I want to. Oh, yeah.
just a note, we're going to add a couple minutes to this time because we have a couple folks still in support that we want to make sure get their vote in. So we're just going to add 2 more minutes to the timer. I know James was one of them. We're just making sure that that email or that ballot comes through and that we get everyone else in. So thanks again for your patience, everyone. We just want to make sure that this process is good and everyone that can vote gets their vote in. So please stand by. Well, thank you. We appreciate that. And we're just, we have a couple of people phoning their votes in as well. So just stand by for that. So we'll be another minute or 2.
Get moving.
Yeah.
Right. Check the power grid, the water. Oops.
Yes. That's here, it's supposed to be the one. Oh, good.
Very much, takes care of it. Whatever they did, we did, worry about transpire about the price slate. Yeah. Well, everything else comes up. Who's even doing that?
Yeah.
Folks, I have that. Well, of course, there is yeah. Yes. Great. I like the way you guys set up. Yeah. I don't do jobs, I'm in one of the part of it.
And once again, this is just Michael from ACP. We have a couple more folks who just reached out to us. Again, thank you for your patience. We're just going to get them sorted out. And I'm just sort of working on pulling the ANB versus ANS numbers. So we're just going to wait for those last couple votes to come in. Then we'll need about a minute to pull the different numbers and split them up into ANB and ANS. And then we will provide those through the back channel. So once again, thank you for your patience. I know this is a long process, but we want to get it all sorted out right from the get-go so that we can move forward as smoothly as possible. Thank you.
What? Oh, really? Oh, here. You're trying to prioritize. Don't fix that pressure because you're waiting it for. Fix that big pressure on their back. And very careful. They should have built it in there. But nobody told them.
No, I know. There's no clue. Yeah, so it's out
Crazy time going in. Crazy time. This is how it is.
It's certainly will have to be said. Oh.
Whether or not they didn't put it together. I didn't say. Oh, this is an old fashioned. Thank you. That's nice. We got you to. We took that for the we're all there and don't get involved. You give that. You got this. My area, very south, so fast. I just figured, yeah, it's not enough. There you go.
Okay, so just as a heads up, we've pulled the numbers and sent them through the back channel. So I'll let those folks on staff report that. But once again, the numbers are through the back channel, but the ballot is still open. So we'll keep an eye on that. If anyone votes, we'll edit the numbers and re-report them. But yeah, if you have any questions or if there's anyone who still is trying to vote, please reach out to us. We can still support you. Thank you.
Yeah.
$0.20 plus 4 cents.
Negotiations. Well, we have a couple moments here, while we're working towards establishing credentials. I was reminded of a time when I was a young person and, Madam Grant Executive Cecilia Tabulero was the, ANS president at the time. And I served with the Alaska Native Brotherhood for over like 23 years. And, when I was a part of Camp 87, Eric Morrison was the president at that time. And our brother Harriet Belleal was also a part of Camp 87 at that time. And when I started, I was probably about 9 years old. And I remember walking into the Fifth Avenue Mall. We used to have our meetings upstairs. You'd walk down the long hallway, you'd have to walk by the bathrooms. And we were in the smallest, little, craziest room. And the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood would meet there. And as I started growing and realizing the strength of the organization as a young person, my life started to change. And many people in this room have been a part of that. Yesterday I had a birthday and I turned 46 years old. And I think about this, how many decades I've been involved. I've been involved in the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood over 30 years, close to 40. And 37 years I've been involved. And I think about the things that it has helped me do. I think that it's helped me become a better human being. And the reason that those things have happened are because of people like Brother Harriet Belleal, that at 90 years old comes and still believes in us. And I think about the people like the President Emeritus, Sister Millie Schoonover, and I think about her reminding us the importance of what it is that we're doing. And as a young person, I was involved in the Alaska Native Brotherhood as a junior officer. And it wasn't until I was a mother that I was asked to join the sisterhood by Executive Paulette Marino. So I was a member of the Alaska Native Brotherhood Camp 1 for the rest of my term until I joined Alaska Native Sisterhood in Sitka Camp number 4. I've been a Grand Officer for a large portion of the time that I've been in the Alaska. I think since I've been in the Alaska Native Sisterhood, I've been a Grand Officer. The reason I say that is not because of anything that has to do with me. The reason I say that is because if my grandmother wouldn't have brought me to the Alaska Native Brotherhood Camp 87 meetings as a young person, I wouldn't have realized the strength and the importance of my voice. I wouldn't have realized how important it was to learn about the roles and the responsibility of one of the longest standing Indigenous civil rights organizations in the world. I wouldn't have learned how important it was to grow up in the Alaska Native Brotherhood Hall, Camp number 1. I wouldn't have understood the importance of why the arrow on the Alaska Native Sisterhood Kugena always faces forward. The reason it does those things is because that's where we're looking forward. We're looking forward, we're bringing our youth forward with us. We're remembering our grandparents, and we're remembering all of the hard work that we put in. So this organization speaks to more than just those of us in this room. I'm looking around and I've seen a couple young people that really have inspired me. And I think about Cody and I think about Finley and I think about the age that they're at. And I think about their ability to stand and sit next to the Sergeant of Arms, the Grand Camp Sergeant at Arms right now, have wingmen. And it makes me feel really wonderful inside, because those grand officers that are sitting right there, those are my peers. Those are the ones that I've grown up with. And now to see them serving as grand officers, and then to see Brian and Stephanie's grandchildren sitting next to them, I wanted to thank them for coming and being a part of something that's greater than themselves. I wanted to thank them for coming and being a part of something that means so much to your community, that your grandparents can sit with probably the biggest smiles the world has ever seen when they see just how important it is that the work that they're doing has literally transferred through their DNA. So although this year you won't be able to vote on the floor, I want you to know, when I take a look and I see the importance of presence, the importance of what hard work looks like, and the dedication that you have as young people, I want you to know that I see you. And I want you to know that it reminds me that it wasn't so long ago that I was a junior ANS and a junior ANB, and how wonderful it makes me feel to see young people in this room. I think the same thing when I see Jasmine Knudsen, our emerging leader. I think about the young people that are not in this room yet, that we're making room for. So for those of you that have grandchildren and children at home, for those of you that have children in your community that might not look like a typical child, they might look like a young adult, I encourage you to reach out to them. I encourage you to tell them what a wonderful thing it is to feel like a whole human being, and to find a place where you can use your voice. Find a place where you can share the things that have been told to you, because your presence does mean everything. That was words that we heard from Albert Kukesh, who was an executive for the Alaska Native Brotherhood. He spoke and he said, your presence means everything. So I just wanted to take a moment of time just to recognize those young people that are coming forward, but also to encourage us to remember those people when we're making these decisions, to bring them forward. So I'll thank you for our children and our grandchildren. I thank you, and I appreciate your presence.
Each for those words. I have some even more words to provide you today. Okay. What I'm going to read now is what the Credentials Committee has for delegates for this convention, and then I'll be asking Michael to do the quorum vote that we just did. So for the credentials report is that we have 16 camps, 10 ANS, 6 ANB. Of the ANS, we have 22 delegates. Of the ANB, we have 14 delegates. Of executives and officers, we have 8 ANB and 8 ANS. Now, Michael, would you please provide the count for the quorum vote?
Absolutely. So we have sorry, go ahead.
Preface. The number he's going to be saying is all of these numbers combined. So it's going to be ANS and ANB is what he's saying. So it's all the delegates, all the officers, all the execs. So please, Mike.
Give the numbers again.
Yes. Okay. One more time. The credentials report is 16 camps, 10 sisterhood camps, 6 brotherhood camps. We have 22 ANS delegates, 14 ANB delegates. Of the executives and officers, we have 8 ANB and 8 ANS. And thank you. I was just reminded we have 4 alternates, and if I'm not mistaken, 2 junior delegates.
Okay, so just as a report from ACP, we have 45 total votes that came in, 18 from the ANB side and 27 from the ANS side.
Had any technical troubles, or is they're all settled? Oh, it's brother McCormick.
When we know they have a check in hand? Why are they unable to vote until they arrive? Everybody else is hybrid. I feel like if they're able to send a picture of the check to the treasurer upon arrival, they can distribute it to the treasurer, but I don't think that their vote should be eliminated. I think that they should still have the power to vote. They would have been there in person. And I don't know if Camp 2 is the only one struggling with credentialing, but I'd hope that we gave a little bit of leniency for those traveling in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brother McCormick. I am aware of that. According to our Constitution and Article 5, Section 3, dues are required for participation in Grand Camp. I understand the situation as you've said, but we have not officially received the dues as of yet. Once we do, they'll be credentialed. Brother Dan. I think it needs to be turned on.
Okay, okay, Mr. Chair, for.
Those we can actually enter.
Okay. Through the chair, if I may ask the grand presidents, this is a circumstance, forgive me, circumstances beyond Sister Rhonda's control. We know she had to head south due to the weather. I would ask, given the circumstances and the fact that we are moving forward to holding a hand up, I realize it's constitutional, but we are Hyundai Jin. We are supporting one another. We know she's trying to get there. Can there be an exception made? That's my question. I will defer to the parliamentarian and our grand presidents, who is chief.
Okay.
Fair.
Brother Durko.
Thank you. Through the chair, I happily pay their dues until they arrive. Thank you. So if the secretary can please provide my email, if Sister Rhonda agrees, I'll pay their dues and we can move forward. And then we can reimburse me personally.
Sure.
Yes, sister.
Dr. Helby, so I just wanted to remind that there is an option to pay electronically. And that information has been provided, and if we need that information, they can send them to, but that is an option.
Thank you. Sister Rhonda, are you online?
We received the second call. Thank you, Rhonda Butler, President. I'm here en route to Wrangell, and I'm here with 2 of our junior ANS members, and we do have another delegate. And we received the call to the convention on the 27th of September. And that's when we were told about the hybrid option. We have a business account that requires 2 signators. And it requires, if we were to set up a PayPal account direct to that business account, it would require a full vote of our members. And with that short of a notice, we are unable to meet that. If I really appreciate those that are stepping up and asking if there's anything possible for our recognition in our credentialing today. If a check would be acceptable, if we could request for a suspension of the rules in regards to our credentialing and accepting that check until we arrive there tomorrow. We are leaving at 6 a.m. Seattle, heading straight to Wrangell. Fingers crossed.
Okay.
Sister Kevin, through the chair, may I ask Sister Butler how many delegates they have? We do have an offer for someone to pay your division of dues, Sister Rhonda, but if you have another applicant, could you please, I know you sent me information, but could you clarify that? That way if we can get that division of due today done, please let us know and we'll do our best to get it for you. Thank you.
Our division, thank you very much. I'm not sure who that was, but thank you. Our camp division of dues is $264. Grab that blue envelope, sweetheart, over by mommy's purse. And we have 1 delegate and 2 junior ANS and the president traveling.
My
purse, baby.
So as the, yes.
I'm sorry, good. Sister Rhonda, this is ANB Grand Secretary. Brother Heather, Executive Committee member, will pay your dues. Division of dues of $6. I will pay the division of dues for your delegate so you can be credentialed. But again, I have to defer because you can't be here tomorrow. If that is allowed, it will be done. Achim Gunishchish.
Again, I'm kind of hearing, I don't know if the speakers in the audience have a microphone or not, but it's a little bit hard to hear them completely. So I wasn't sure what was said there.
What was said was Brother Tam offered and Brother Gerkham to pay your camp's division of dues so that you are credentialed. Were you able to understand that?
Okay.
Yes.
This is a clarification, thank you. I apologize, I didn't address you correctly, Heather Gergo, ANB executive. Just to clarify, it is just the division of dues for the delegate and those coming to the floor that need to pay, or the entire camp amount. So the 200 plus, or the amount, the $12 to have them seated and credentialed. Is the delegate seated like that?
Just the $12.
Thank you. Happily we'll pay that so we can move forward with business, and this will be a gift to their camp for the troubles that we have provided to all of us today. We are so happy that you have so much wisdom. Thank you. But we'll just go ahead and pay it.
Thank you, Brother Gerko. Did you understand that, Sister Butler?
Yes.
What we will need, however, is a motion to suspend the rules on Article 5 Section 3, because it does say that local camps do need to submit their dues before they are seated as delegates.
Can't vote there. Can't vote.
Yeah. Yes.
Absolutely.
2
Thank you. 2
Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2 Yes. 2
Don't call. That's pretty good. So. It happens. I don't have to say that before. That's great. You know, with it. That's fine. Almost go up. That's everything. That's just. Yeah, I want them to touch me. Oh, yeah. That's fine. Fine.
Okay. You have received the credentials report. Would you like it one more time before I ask that it be adopted? Is there any opposition to approving credentials report?
Mr. Chair.
Sister Elias.
Mr. Chair, with all due respects, we cannot do a motion at this time due to the fact that as Brand Camp, we have not been officially called to order.
And that's okay, be on your word. Part one has been done, expected on, and that's the process of giving back that you have to find your credentials. We're kind of tied in. So we thought we had to wait and thought. Some there's always have to basically, if in the credential part you do it, you don't use the form. If you don't need it, that makes sense. Not the way you want to do it. So if you have a post there, that just report that that's in the field.
I would like to report the credentials committee that through the ACP voting, we have a total of 45. That we have a total of 45 who have voted, and that meets a quorum. Thank you.
Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let's together take a deep sigh of relief, inhale and exhale. We have a quorum. The credential people have reported it, and it's going to change tomorrow because there'll be more added to that. But there is a quorum established now. And is there any objection to not declare a quorum? Hearing none. So ordered. Thank you very much. Good job, people. It's been an interesting example of how we have a process, and the name of the process is not that we become tied to it, but we become tied to it so that we can serve one another in the best positive way. That is where we are, and that is exactly where our founding fathers in 1912 said we should be, in service to each other so it can be helped that way. And my congratulations to all of you people who worked so hard, so together, try to make things happen, and you are to be congratulated. And let's give the credential table a round of applause.
All right, roll call. Roll call.
All right. We are appointed to the convention for Executive Man Cecilia Caballero.
Just call us to order. Yes. I move that we accept the credentials before.
There's a motion before the convention that we accept the credential report. Is there a second?
Second.
And who is the second? Paulette Moreno is the second. You've heard the motion. Is there discussion?
Call for question.
The question has been called for on the motion to accept the credential report. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say no. Hearing none. Credential report is adopted. Yes. Executive
Thank you.
Daphne.
Just as a reminder, as I in past have been reminded, that we do have simply voting, so we can track our records. All our maybe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well noted. Thank you.
We need to adopt. Yes, we need to adopt.
At this time, we need a motion to adopt the agenda, and there are a few changes. You see at the end of, there's that says recess at 3 o'clock. At 3:10, we have a workshop with spruce roots. So it should last 1 hour, and then we'll have question and answer and any kind of announcements and stuff before the memorial at 5. And we still, do we still have speakers?
Madam President, if I have to look for my brother. Denver, because he was supposed to do a workshop and that's not available, and you still need to, do your committee chairs.
Yes.
So that's it. That's all I know, Madam President. Thank you.
Okay, so we were scheduled to have Dennis Timmer doing his Robert's Rules of Order training for an hour, and he is online, so I'm not sure if he wants to do it through Zoom or not. And
There. The Sergeant of Arms.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we accept the agenda as a guide as amended.
Second.
ANS executive.
Second. Madam Chair, second, and Screen Treasurer, Elias Hughes.
could you wait for the mic?
Madam Chair. Really?
You're up.
Oh, really? Madam Chair, are you listening? Heather Greco, ANB Executive. I, under discussion, I did want to have an addition. 5 of the past presidents and executive committee men and women of the ANB and the ANS attended the Southeast Alaska Native Leadership Roundtable in Juneau, hosted between Alaska and Clinton Haida. And I would like to make, have it a space for it, and maybe just add it sometime for us to provide a report out on that, because it was a very impactful meeting. And we would like to make sure we have an opportunity to share what we heard and the calls to action that came from that. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Valerie.
Sorry.
Working? Okay, thank you, Madam President. Valnassi. I'm planning on hosting this workshop in 2 parts, but I know that there have been changes to the agenda today and we're missing some folks who are trying to get here. So if there are other topics that we should cover this afternoon, I know it's been a long day already. And we could move the workshop to be in 1 part tomorrow or in 2 parts tomorrow. Sadly.
I think we have a pretty full schedule tomorrow and Wednesday. So we would like to hear your version today.
Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paula Marino, ANS Executive. We have a motion on the floor by Executive Member Grco to add the additional of the Southeast Leaders Training that took place in the report thereof. So I second that. Thank you. Amendment.
Madam Chair, just a point of inquiry. I did want to state, I understand that there was another motion that was put on the floor, but there is already one actively on the floor where it's a motion to accept the agenda as amended, and with the intention of a guide. And so we do have that motion. So I didn't know if we wanted to address that motion first and then move on to the second one. Just wanted to point that out, Madam Chair.
You guys have one? Okay. Oh. We need to
Madam Chair. Next one, like, can you hear me? I think it's stopped now. Are you okay? Madam Chair, I would just like to say that my motion was an amendment to the original motion. So just for clarification, thank you.
Yes, Cecilia, just a little.
Yeah, sorry.
Madam President, I do believe that Alaska Brotherhood, Alaska Sisterhood, should be the entity that pushes for the land claim, the 5 communities left out be included in the land claim. So I would like to have maybe 3 minutes of a report because this is one of the landless communities. An amendment as an addition to, if there's we gotta have it somewhere.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I thought it was already in the agenda, but if it isn't, then we'll add it. Okay, any more amendments? Is there any call for question?
Question.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 1 no?
No, Madam President, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I say aye in support of that.
Okay.
So forgive me.
Okay, motion's been carried. And now we have the standing rules. Adopt the standing rules.
Standing rules.
Did we already do that?
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I apologize. We do need to vote on the original motion now that the motion was amended. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we have to vote on the original motion that was amended.
Question.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Did we adopt the rules? That's what we need now. We adopted the agenda. Now it's adopt the standing rules. Okay, then we are ready for the appointments. As I stated earlier, the grand president appointments, I'll start from the beginning again. Prudential Committee Chair was Virginia Oliver and Kevin Allen. Committee on Committees Chair, Millie Schoonover. Resolutions Committee Chair, Kathleen John. Fisheries, Wildlife, and Subsistence Committee Chair, Paulette Marino. Health and Education Committee Chair. Well, Eric's not here, but he'll be here tomorrow, so Albert Reinhardt. Election Committee Chair, Heather Gurko, excuse me. Veterans Committee Chair, Selena Kaplin. State and Federal, Sasha Sobolov. Parliamentarian, Kevin Allen. ANB, ANS Chaplain, Cecilia Taballero and Sasha Sobolov for ANB. Grand Camp Youth Representatives, Jasmine Knudsen, Nina Edwards, Finley, and Cody Titel. ANB,
Madam President, over here.
Okay.
$5 fine for you.
I said it wrong.
And Madam President, their last name is Cody and Finley Richards.
Oh, Richards, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I owe you $5. Richards. Okay, and then ANB, ANS Audit Committee, Cynthia Lanos. Oh. Grand Ball Committee is the Cogwantons, Millie Schoonover and her crew. Anything else? Okay, so next, I don't think we have, do we have Dennis Stemmer online to do Robert's rules, or should we go to budget? Oh, I see. Dennis, you're up.
We're not.
Okay, try it now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. He just said they could.
The question I posed first is, I'm on the agenda. It should have been earlier, but to have a session on Robert's Rules of Order. Is that what is on the agenda at this time?
Yes. Yes, Dennis, unless you would like to defer until you're here tomorrow.
What she just said?
What?
She said, yes, it is the time unless you'd like to defer until you're there tomorrow.
I'd like to go ahead with it. Well, let's see. If I can defer, if you have time tomorrow, that might be more useful for everyone. So if that option is available, Madam Chair, I would like to defer till tomorrow. Do you have a time on that? Is it the time that I would have been on tomorrow anyway?
Yes.
And so I can cover more sections in less time. So if that's the ruling of the chair, then I'll be happy to do that tomorrow. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. We respectfully accept your answer and we will move on to the, can we do spruce roots? And because Val is here. Oh, yes. I might mention that Val is also the vice president for Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 1. He's going to walk you up.
Right. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's been a very long day so far and we have much farther to go. Thank you for the introduction, President Sandy. And I am here today through my role as a community planner for Spruce Root, which is a regional community development organization. And what I often do for my day job is help facilitate complex conversations and work with different groups of people that have varied perspectives on things and really try to acknowledge and address nuanced issues and opportunities that face each of our communities, our organizations, and the region. And so being a part of ANS here in Wrangell and knowing the nature of the times that we're living in and how we try to navigate working with each other and for each other, I heard some of the conversations going on at some of our planning meetings, and I've heard some of the conversations going on over the years with ANS and ANB. And I know that these organizations are extremely important and have invaluable legacies in this region and the state. And I also know that, just as was stated at Southeast Conference last week in Sitka, we don't have enough young people involved. And that isn't just for ANS and ANB, that's for every industry. That's for a number of organizations that are grappling with the same issue, how to get people involved, how to get more young people involved in a meaningful way without losing the sight of where these organizations came from and what our core mission is. And so for this workshop, it's going to come in two parts. The first part will be small group discussion. And so there will be some moving around, and I hope everyone is up for that. And tomorrow morning, we'll have the second part of this workshop where we will revisit some of these topics. And what I want to say is that you won't find any final answers today. There are no decisions to be made. We can consider this a bit of a pause on the convention as it usually proceeds, and just a time to really speak with each other face to face. And I'm hoping that there's a way that we can involve some of our online attendees as well. But really take this opportunity when we're together in our very busy lives to face and respectfully converse about some of these difficult issues like sustainability, youth engagement, the relationships between our organizations and our camps, and do so in a way that we can identify what's the core issue that we're facing. And from there, once we find agreement on that, we can identify some ways to move through that in our own camps in an actionable and tangible way. So again, we won't be making any decisions here today. This is mostly a think tank or a workshop, just a time to discuss. And so with that, I'm going to ask that we get into, oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I apologize for pausing your process. Would it be possible for our ACP, I think I did it right, Peggy Dots, I'm really used to Dots. If they could make some briquet rooms available to the delegates online, and that might be a way for them to have the conversation. I don't know if we have a total of how many there are, but just a recommendation, thank you. And I'm sorry, Heather Gergo and the executive committee member.
Yes, thank you. That would be incredible. I know a lot of people have taken time out of their busy schedules to take part in this, and so I really want to make sure that everyone can be involved to the best of their ability. So breakout rooms would be wonderful.
I apologize. Could we ask the DOTS team? I'm sorry, not DOTS. I wrote it down when you were ACP. How many delegates are online? And that might help decide how many breakout rooms, depending on how large you'd like them to be.
So we have total of 23 minus 4 of us. So there's 19 people total online, including executives. So we can make as many breakout rooms as you would like.
Okay. So I see we have tables of approximately 6 to 8. Is that right, Amber? 8. So if we could have breakout rooms up to 8.
Okay. We'll go ahead and create 8 breakout rooms.
No, sorry, the breakout rooms with up to 8 participants in each group.
Okay, so sorry, just to clarify, do we need breakout rooms for the people in person as well, or they're just going to speak around their tables?
They'll just speak around tables.
Okay, so we'll create 3 breakout rooms for those online.
Perfect. Okay, and from there, I would invite folks that are maybe sitting around to find a place at one of these small tables so that we can have full groups for discussion. So again, if you don't want to take part in this discussion, you don't have to. This is a totally voluntary workshop, but we just want to create some space to address some of these more complex issues that are facing ANB and ANS at this time. So, yeah, please grab a table. Thank you. And each table will need one scribe, so someone that has a pen and some paper. And we also have large flip charts in the back if we need paper that everyone can see.
Around from where we're at now.
If you'd like to, it
sometimes we can fill the tables.
Yeah.
Just move or stay right.
I think we could put 50 minutes starting now.
Dots, can you set a timer for 30 minutes, please?
No, 50.
55 or
no, 50.
50.
So do you understand?
Michael, did you hear that? So,
Yep, we did. We're just setting that up. We'll just be a moment.
So can you repeat everybody once more?
So once again, right now is a time to fill in these tables. So if you'd like to participate in this guided discussion, then you will find a small table, and each table will elect a scribe who can take notes for their table.
Is there a table that does not have a scribe? Scribe. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you tell us what we're doing?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. We're patiently waiting for instructions on what to do.
Okay,
It's fast now.
I'll give it 30 more seconds for folks to get to their positions and make sure they have a scribe.
I think we're there, really.
Okay.
Yeah, we're there.
So may I have a raise of hands of the scribes from each table? Great.
Can you speak louder? We have a hard time hearing you back here.
I just wanted to make sure everybody had a table and a scribe. And again, you do not have to participate in this workshop, but it looks like we have quite a few participants, so this is exciting. Okay, so a few things before we start, and I give you the discussion prompt. I have 3 agreements that I'm going to ask everyone to agree to before we proceed. One is please listen to understand, not to respond. These are some heavier things we'll be discussing, and it can really help, as I'm sure many people have experienced, to just listen and take things in without having to prepare a response. The second one is to bring as much of yourself as you feel comfortable. This is something we practice a lot with events at Spruce Root and the Sustainable Southeast Partnership, because we know that not only are you members of ANS and ANB, but you probably have many other roles within your community and your family. And coming from that place can lead to some really productive discussions. And the third one is to step up and to step back. So step up means if you're someone who's often quiet and doesn't speak up very much, maybe take this opportunity to put your thoughts forward. You probably have something very valuable to say. And if you're someone who is put in a speaking role a lot, maybe take this time to be able to step back and reflect. And so this is just an invitation to maybe take off your role or your title for the moment and just discuss from your own heart and from your own experience in life and your experience with ANB and ANS. Is that clear to everyone? And does anyone have an additional agreement they would like to offer? Yes, Heather?
Expect unfinished business. And as you stated earlier, we're not going to solve anything. It's just a reminder as we're having it. As to not feel the pressure of the world on us, we're just opening up a comfort.
Yes, exactly. And what Heather said was to expect things to be unfinished. That we don't have to find all the answers today. We just need to create a space for each other to share our thoughts honestly and openly and respectfully. Okay, so, oh, I see another hand. Yes.
I do have one question or recommendation, especially since the ANS has paid for this to help us. We have a lot of camps that are together. Y'all know what your issues are. I know what my issue is, but I should be sharing with a separate camp to see what their issue is as well. That's just a friendly recommendation. If we've gotten separate groups, I know a couple people, few people have done that, just a friendly recommendation. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Mike. I don't know about all of you here, you can hear me. I've been kicking this around. I went to a meeting just the other day in Juneau, and it has been on my mind for the last, year to go on together. I'm sorry, did you get a mic? This is Brian from working on it, Brian. Okay, well, I'll wait. Thank you.
I think I want to give time for folks to be heard, and I want to make sure that we have enough time to proceed with the workshop. So while we wait on a microphone, I want to give you the chance to speak, and then I think we'll just go ahead with the prompt.
Sorry?
The one up there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You take it off. Oh.
Oh.
Okay, found. Can you hear me now? Yes, thank you. Welcome. I've been in meetings the last week, and also this is something I've been fighting with our camp locally in Juneau for some time. I know that right now, let's see where the sisters have been able to gather a lot more young people than the brothers have, and we are really in major trouble in terms of trying to get new help and new blood into the organization, and without it, we aren't going to be around here very long. So what I've been asking our brothers is that I think that we need to change our mode of operation, obviously here that'll attract young people, but also to ask the young people to start their own camp. So I'm asking our people to go to the university in Juneau and hold a meeting and ask them to start their own camp and provide dollars for them to start. You can't start an operation without any money at all. And it may give them incentive to bring some of their young people and let them decide the problems. Because right now, when we go back to our ancestors and whoever started the group that started the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, that whole system has gone full round. We're back where we started again. When you start taking a look at what's happening today in the government, in housing and medical and aging and jobs, we've gone full circle. And we're going to be right back where our ancestors were fighting for the same things. Only we have a little more ability to do it. We have a lot more young people who are educated, who have been in the work world, and they meet a lot of other people. So I think seriously, one of the things this camp needs to look at, if we're going to continue, is that they have to be brought in to take our places, And I really believe that. I know that from my standpoint, I say, hey, I can't even keep up with them. That phone system and their mode of education and the way they communicate is far above me. So I hope that we will have a major discussion here as to how do we reach them and how do we get them involved. One of the things I want to do is I want to go to the Alaska Native Federation of Natives, the Elders and Youth Conference, because I really want to be able to speak this issue to them. And no matter how I do it, I'm going. So if you have any ideas, please give them to me. Thank you.
So, thank you. There's so much to offer each other. Each generation has so much to learn from and to give to the other generation. So what I'm going to ask for everyone to do is to not share this out loud yet. Am I speaking loud enough for everyone to hear?
Yeah.
Okay. So this will be some self-reflection time. So be quiet. It'll be about a minute of silence to ponder these prompts. My question for you is, what is the greatest obstacle facing ANB and ANS today? What opportunities do you see for making progress on this challenge? And as we just heard, what recommendations do you have that you'd like to share? So I'll repeat those. What is the greatest obstacle facing ANB and ANS today? What opportunities do you see for making progress on this challenge? And what ideas or actions do you recommend? And so we're going to take 1 minute to reflect on these answers quietly to yourself. Starting now. Okay, so it's been 1 minute. I'm going to ask everyone who's sharing to pause. Pause. And what you'll do now is, having thought of these answers to yourself, turn to a partner and share what you thought about with them, just your partner. It doesn't matter which side, but as long as everyone has someone to share their thoughts. And this will be for 5 minutes.
But I don't, I didn't when I talked, everything didn't have to happen. But you know, it's different. It wasn't years, but the lines are all But you know how you get inside. For us, we have our children that go with us all the time. One I'm very good. We're there. Yes, so there's ladies, so it's coming over. So we can make sure it's not I also, but you can also go down to white now. I will have that was the market, is that I grew up, I did not, I started this time. How many
May I have your attention, please? Pause your thoughts just for a moment. I see some tables are speaking in pairs and some are speaking with the whole table, and both are wonderful. That's what we're here to do. And so I'm going to invite each table to continue speaking, and maybe if someone hasn't had a chance to share their thoughts yet, let's make sure that everyone has an opportunity to share. And scribes, let's make sure to record, even just jot a note of what's coming up. This is great to see, so thank you.
The big one.
Minorities, pride. Some about a lot of them wasn't good. It's a good one. So the end
So, or asking like, what are, I'm gonna get your number, it was my thing, so, how are you? Right, I know what I was about, so they had some discussion about it, so you know. It's another area, so people like, my wife, that I offer. And then you know about, or I said, chat, what is still happens. So you should have help. My experience about men less than and that he has all these stats and program. You mind us so you guys are talking skills. So you must say, I'd like to, but I was chat. Perspective or we are this time. And I don't see that my granddaughter that him on that. I've got for most of that time, so now we have one. Walking through the, you know, and my answer. We thought it already was. Yeah. And then get aprons, and I have to go by my own, all the time. With that, so not the usual, like the sharing. There's change one that go out all the time. I know that I should have. What's the reaction? Pressures. You look right at you. It's that's and said, oh, it's now what they get national, you know, down there, but as you know, that's what I'll do. Not that there's guys, but you're going saying that, so you know where I can put this one. Exactly. But it's I'm bringing us to the table, okay? What I am saying
That's it. And so, well, I come from my house. So it's get like some ducks in her. I just went to the yeah.
I think we call them.
In other words, like, I guess it was more of a test. And which I had to younger generation. It shows how but it's always
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to pause your conversations, finish that thought. And remember, today is unfinished conversations. These are not meant to be one and done. This is just a continuation of what's on our minds and what is on your heart. So considering the time and knowing that we have a little bit time left together for these topics, I would like to ask that each table find someone, maybe it's the scribe, maybe it's someone else, who feels comfortable kind of sharing what came up for the group. What did you find is the main obstacle that most folks agree on? And what is something that could be done to overcome that obstacle? And so the mic will come to you. So once you're ready, you can just take a moment to figure out who's going to be your speaker and raise your hand and the microphone will come to you. Thank you. And after the in-person tables, we will have time for breakout rooms to share if they're able.
Jeez. Stephanie Weddle, President, ANS Camp 4. Our table discussed a lot of what we've been hearing here today and has been being spoken for a while. Our biggest obstacle that we see right now facing ANB and ANS today is declining membership and not enough youth. Then this is a direct quote from one of our youth members. Not enough youth to fill the roles that the elders are going to be leaving. So I thought that was really powerful. Some of the opportunities to make change are giving more opportunities to the youth with a bigger role and a bigger stake in membership through youth committees and events. One of the things we discussed for recommendations is doing a community-based assessment, reaching out to the youth through the schools and in the community to be able to do a survey to let us know what it is they're missing, what they need, what they want, what they're looking for, so that we can engage with them on those levels. We need to create more programs for them where we can come together generationally, have story times with elders, elder and youth mentorship. We talked about creating a separate base of ANS junior versus ANS youth. Juniors being like 15 and younger, youth being 16 and above. And then you have generational stepping stones. The adults and the elders are mentoring the youth in turn are mentoring the juniors, and so on. Getting the youth more involved in advertising and communicating with their peers in school and in the community, discussing with their classmates and at school what it means to be a part of ANS and ANB and how they can get involved and the things that we can do to affect change through them that's going to be lasting. Overall, basically, the youth need a bigger voice. They need to be able to feel empowered to move forward. We're asking them to step up. We're asking them to do this job, to fill these roles that we're getting ready to step out of. but they're not being given the opportunity and the full voice to do that. So that's a lot of what was spoken at our table. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, the next table, if someone is ready, raise your hand, please. We have a few tables, thank you. And every table will have a chance to share.
Sige ang HWD Song in Edwards Camp 7B. We had a lot of very similar themes in our table discussion surrounding youth engagement and member retention and engagement. And one of the things that we talked about was having mentorship and shadowing programs for and with our youth and having higher expectations and responsibilities because youth do care about things and it's important we lean into what they care about and that may shift over generations. But the more interaction we have between our mentors, our elders, and our youth and juniors, the better. And in addition, we discussed empowering youth and younger people to take officer positions and share their ideas. And we think that this would create a space of more intergenerational inclusivity. And I think the more youth who are included in this space and have a say, only good things can come from that and more comfortability to speak up. Good education.
Hello, Lynette Hinn from Camp 87 Anchorage, and Cecilia and Kathy are also at camp, and then we also have two other members of youth representative and a lady from Camp 36. And what we talked about was that, like what you've been hearing, that the youth have not been involved. They were involved. My granddaughter was involved. And she won awards, like presidential awards, and she got involved into like beauty contests and stuff like that. But she also wore her cap and kugana so that the other youth could see her while she was in school. And so I'm proud of her for doing that, but I think that we need more exposure and we need more money in order to do all of this stuff because we're not being seen enough in the public eye. And there was another suggestion that we campaign on a further level so that we're seen and we're heard. And then we also need to outreach to the other organizations and to the higher positions. But the outreach I was thinking of was AFN. And I heard that ANB is a member of the National Congress of American Indians, which I never knew that. And that's very, very influential. But AFN is coming up shortly here. We can't do it this year. But I know it costs a lot of money to join AFN. And we would have our voices heard, the Native issues, although we have top Southeast people there in the top positions, we still need to have delegates there to address what's going on here in Southeast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, looking over the three prompts that we were given, the greatest obstacles that the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood are facing, the opportunities, and what ideas and actions do we have to help to reconnect those things? Some of the obstacles that we've listed collectively as a group is the lack of membership. In some communities, the ANB hall doesn't exist. And so there's a bit of a generational gap of people knowing what that building means, what the foundation means as far as leadership. The lack of interest has come from maybe not having as much presence in the communities. And the lack of purpose, talking about initially when the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood were formed, they were working towards things like equality, public schools, voting, educational rights, and trying to really identify what is the purpose and what is the goal that we as an organization have so that we can have a clear message as we're sharing out. And realizing that the world is changing, that the electronic age is upon us, and that everybody's connected to electronics at some way, some point, and that really changes the human contact that we have, the knocking on doors, the making phone calls, the sunshine committees, the things that used to exist, everybody being on their phone all the time, looking, understanding that that's become a form of communication, but it creates barriers. Also sharing interests. What are the interests that we as individuals involved in the organization have? What does our outreach look like? And realizing that there is a lack of leadership for a lot of organizations, not just the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood. So giving ourselves a little grace. I wanted to say that we will give ourselves a little grace knowing that the world is changing around us. But also not relying on Facebook is one of the opportunities and one of the things that we suggested, because sometimes folks aren't using Facebook, folks aren't using text messages. It's a lot easier to avoid and not answer a text message, but not as hard to not answer your phone and have the direct conversation. Talking about some of the opportunities that are coming up, Indian Community Development Block Grant, ICDBGs through communities, to create community halls, but knowing that that also comes with the contingency that we can't put the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood as the name of that building. So knowing that there's some limitations, but knowing that creating community halls creates community, creates opportunities for kitchens to exist. We all know what kitchens create, which is food, which creates family and community engagement. So making sure that, that those are some of the opportunities that we're acknowledging. Also, thinking about organizational representation. The Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood is the grandparent organization for so many organizations. And why are we not really flexing our muscles and saying, as your grandparents, search, you should have an ANB and ANS representative that works consistently year round. And why are we not reaching out to Tlingit-Haida Regional Housing Authority? Why are we not reaching out to Tlingit-Haida Central Council? You know, all of these organizations and asking them, can you provide an ANB and an ANS representative that'll go from this October till next? So we can provide some consistency. Also, some of the communities have started to engage in culture camp and thinking about the I hate to say revitalization, but I can't think of any other word off the top of my head, but the importance of culture in our communities and breathing life into those opportunities, taking that opportunity as a place and a time to educate community, but also to educate tribal and non-tribal, Native and non-Native members of our community to understand the importance of who we are as an organization and using those opportunities to have human connections to teach our youth the history of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the history of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. So it feels like if we talked collectively about, like, if you know those things, they become important to you. So maybe the lack of leadership is because the information hasn't been shared. And when I think about, well, we did that 10 years ago, or we did that 20 years ago, maybe that's a long time in the history of a community. Maybe leadership has changed, and maybe this is the opportunity for us to say, this year, we're going to do this, even if we did this before, we're going to do this again, because now we're looking at different faces. Now we have people that were the young people at some point bringing their grandchildren to Grand Camp. So now we realize we have reached a whole nother level And so now it's just time to start from the beginning.
Thank you. Right, then we have a few more tables to hear from. Hi, my name is Cody. I am from ANS Camp 4 in Sitco. And some of the stuff we talked about that we see are really big issues within ANS and ANB is not enough youth involvement, not enough interest in ANS and ANB through youth, and a power struggle to bring generations together. And some things we talked about to change that and make a difference is more mentorship programs between elders and youth, and then more positions for youth, so more open positions for youth to step in and speak their mind. Workshops for youth to attend led by the elders, like hands-on workshops for them to do. And then change the constitution so one youth can vote at Grand Camp per camp and having effective meetings. Thank you. Woo, thank you.
Sheesh. My name is Vidal. I'm from ANS Camp number 1. Vidal Baker, sorry, not my last name. I came in a little bit late to the discussion, so forgive me, my table, for if I don't detail some of these enough. But going in a list of order, just kind of backtrack on our question, starting with our greatest obstacles. Some of the obstacles that we addressed were, the main one was that many people held the belief that ANS or ANB was a religious organization as opposed to something like a social justice or civil rights organization. So many people have this idea that it is all about religion, and while we recognize that religion is a highly held value amongst many of our members within ANS and ANB, it is not what many people believe the focus should be, not the prominent focus at least, or at the very least, I should say. But past that, another obstacle that we came by was the communities that we have. We're all each in different locations, some even in different states, such as places like Washington, or so places like Washington. And so because of this, we all have different approaches to our communities. Our communities are not cookie cutter, so each of our communities have different ways of recognition that they need. They have different outlets that they could use as their sources for engaging with those communities, building those relationships, and shifting how ANS and ANB spreads or develops at very least. And then the next obstacle would be, of course, youth engagement. How do we engage more of our youth to join ANS? We see our numbers dwindling. How do we get more people excited about it? And then we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. But one of the major things that we also talked about was, in terms of obstacles, what are we doing wrong? Now, I was asked this directly, but what are we doing wrong? To be blunt in my answer, and this does not mean I'm right by any means. But to be blunt in my answer, one of the things that I have seen and what I've seen from a lot of our youth speak about is there seems to be this idea that our ANS or ANB organizations, or even just plan to plan in general, are very rigidly structured, very firm and hard-headed. And when our youth are young and developmental, they often need a space to be fun and creative outlet. And we provide a lot of these opportunities for our schools. We provide education classes, but they don't really have a voice to stand on what they might want to see more of, or if they have a voice, it doesn't really seem to be met all the time. They're brought into these environments that are not entirely open to how much energy these kids have. And so some of the opportunities that we discussed were for recognition of just ANS and ANB getting it more on the map would be things like sponsorships. So this would mean if we're going to sponsor a school or a sporting event, then their clothing gets our logo on it. It provides an opportunity for us to spread our information, but also setting up things like vendor items, booths, etc. So that, again, we have this organization, we have a outreach to say that we're still here, we're still active.
basically creating opportunities for people to see that we are still a functioning organization. And then another opportunity would also be visiting schools and visiting local communities or camp communities, local chapters. So addressing what the schools need, what the schools might want to see within their school systems and what they might want us to bring forward to them, but also within the local chapters, visiting chapter to chapter and addressing maybe like what do you specifically need from us or what can we answer for you. So for example, if there was a chapter that said we didn't know we had to pay our dues, allowing opportunity for them to ask those questions. And then addressing what ANS and ANB is. So during that discussion, we also discussed basically saying it was a pathway moving forward, an opportunity that we gave our Native community, our Native folks to build in their life. So ANS and ANB being the pathway forward. And we've seen this in the way that we have branched out in education, but we've also seen this in, if we're shifting our focus now to the youth, we're providing a space for our youth to be more engaged in these communities. And then other ways would be if we're shifting our focus to address the homeless population, maybe that's our new goal, is also this homeless epidemic. We would pave the path for them to be able to support themselves and create mental health awareness. I'm just trying to have this up here, taking a look at the time, sorry. But plans of action, just to briefly go over this, would be setting goals. So that same branch of what is ANS and ANB, setting those goals and establishing what they are so that we know where to drive forward from, so that we can continue to build those pathways for people to follow along after. But then also opening discussions and listening to what our communities and what our people need. And then the last one was just in short of having potential youth voices have more of a platform to stand on. So maybe they have their own youth council where they discuss, what do we want to see? What do we want to do? How do we engage with each other and create more fun environments? So thank you. Sorry for the time that I took.
Is there any table that is not shared? Oh yeah, before we go to virtual. So now it's time for, I think we have 3 breakout rooms virtually. And I'm gonna need some online help in doing this, but if breakout room 1, 2, or 3, whoever wants to start, if someone is ready to share what their group discussed, please go ahead. I see Ginger stand up.
Yay, Tata, you have to see Ginger McCormick out of Cap 15. I don't know what happened with the breakout rooms. I swear I'm tech savvy, but I kept getting kicked out. And then they said there were 6 people in there, and I was the only one in there, so I don't really know what happened. But I know here in Stocksman, we have plenty of youth, and it's access, and then being within other communities, including having people reach out from Anchorage, Juneau, and everything else. One of the core things that I had, well, I'm not young no more, so I'm not considered youth. And no matter how I try to advocate for youth, these last 3 years I stopped. I stopped advocating for them, and I gave them a space so they can advocate for themselves. We can sit here and talk all day, but the ones we should be really listening to were the ones on the mics. Where are the youth? What programs do we have? I think going into our grandchildren organizations like AFN, Plinkett Haida, See Alaska, that's nice, but we need to remember every organization and every human has a grandmother that needs to put their grandchildren in place. And I think the ANB should continue to hold its own entity and continue to hold its own mission. We're a civil rights organization. I believe the youth within our village need to learn how to debate. They need to learn Robert's Rules of Order. Really the challenge for Saxman next year, as you guys come over to the island, and regardless of who's going to host you, is the challenge is everyone should bring in their own youth. Val should be bringing in her own youth next year. You know, Bessie Singletary should be bringing in her own youth next year. Elias Chase should be bringing in their own youth next year. I think Dennis Demert's brought in about 15, but everyone should be bringing in their own youth. You should engage with that youth member on how to participate, because not only are we lacking in ANB, we're lacking on representation from our youth in school district, on our school boards. We're lacking representation, young representation on our tribal councils. We need younger representation to sit in these seats, and I'd encourage you to mentor that person. Harriet Belil is one of my first mentors for the ANB, and I'll continue to be corrected by her. I'll continue to follow her ways because she sat there and fought next to my grandmother. I encourage you elders to go find someone, even if they're old like me, to follow you so we can learn from you. We can't learn from you sitting in the back of the room. We have to be sitting next to you. So I'd encourage everyone to go find a youth member, teach them how to debate, because our rights, we don't have any more rights than we did when this organization started. We have to keep fighting for our rights. They're continuously taking our children still, our education's being conflicted, our subsistence being at risk. We need to get back to work as an ANB Grand Camp Convention. And one of the best things I would like is to invite the Grand Camp officers, whoever that may be. I haven't seen them in quite a few years. I'd love for them to come to an event on our island to represent, show that representation, because when the Grand Camp used to travel a lot, we would see them as youth. We would see them coming into tribal assembly. We would watch them come into our Christmas programs. We'd watch them come to our hoops and Halloween. And so we need more Grand Camp representation locally, but I would encourage you to teach your youth how to debate. Encourage them how to take a seat. Don't just let them be your sergeant of arms. Let that youth be your VP. Teach them, show them, guide them, but you have to have space. And right now, I don't believe that any Alaska Native Brotherhood or Sisterhood has any space for youth. So I think we need to create space for them, whether that's giving them a vote at Grand Camp, whether it's teaching them how to debate, whatever the cause may be, we need to create space. And hopefully the Grand Camp, you guys are asking for youth, but I don't see very much youthful people on Grand Camp. So maybe make some more space, maybe make more opportunities, maybe make or create a junior member Grand Camp so they can follow the Grand Officers, so they can sit with the Grand Officers all year round in those meetings. But we have to be inclusive. One thing we can't do is just sit there and go off and wander off in different programs. We have to keep to our civil rights. We have to keep teaching our youth how to fight for them. And the way they're going to do that is learn it from here, just like how we learned it from our grandparents from here. All the kids here want to know where to start, and I told them, go start with ANB. That's where you're going to learn your Robert's Rules of Order. That's where you're going to learn how to debate in a respectful way and have your voice be heard. We should be able to call our ANB locally when we're hitting hard things against state subsistence and everything, and nobody's calling them anymore. We're going to our grandchildren, we're going to the tribes. But really, when someone receives a letter from ANB, they should just be intimidated as they were 100 years ago. But that's just my opinion on how to invite youth. Let's teach them how to debate. Let's create some space for them. But don't let them go on their civil rights. We have to stay focused on civil rights as ANB. But that's all I got. Thank you.
I don't know if I can see all the participants online. Is there any other hand raised? We have time for one more person to share their thoughts from online.
Currently, I see no hands raised at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Well, here we are. It's 5:36 p.m. on day one of Grand Camp Convention. And I see your hand. I'll call on you just right after I'm done.
It's 4:35. 4:35 is what time it is.
Oh, 4:35. Thank you. The computer must not have changed yet. I heard good ideas come up. I heard ideas that have been talked about before, maybe some new ones. And what I saw was kind, honest, open conversation. And what I heard from each group, which I know we all heard, was it sounds like we all agree on what the main obstacle is that ANB and ANS are facing. It's youth involvement and engagement. And that doesn't mean forgetting anyone or taking away their place. It just means adding more seats at the table and more avenues to hear those youth voices. I do want to ask, is there any second obstacle that came up for folks besides youth engagement? Just in one word? Yes, Adele?
Civil rights and open justice.
Thank you. So Vidal said the core mission of being a Christian organization or a civil rights organization primarily. But overall, everyone was in agreement. And so I want to just say thank you so much, Ganefchij, for being open to discussing this tonight, for being engaged and participatory and listening with empathy to each other. And I also want to say thank you to everyone who is an elder and who has been advocating for civil rights for so long and living out the mission of ANB and ANS. Without you, we would not be here tonight talking about these things. And so that means everything. And I think it's really poignant how the theme of this Grand Camp Convention is give me your hand, because that's what I hear is generations older and younger asking how to reach out and hold each other's hand. So that's what I'm going home tonight with. Tomorrow we will revisit this conversation. We'll be talking about a few more things, but I hope that tonight, as you go to bed, you just reflect on anything else that came up for you from this discussion today, and remember that all of the answers and all of the knowledge is here in our membership. And all you have to do is lean on each other to find that way forward, and there's many ways to do that, and some might be different from what we've been doing so far. So thank you so much for your time. I'll see you in the morning. And with that, I will turn it back over to our ANS Grand President. Oh.
Okay, well, looking at the time, we could put the ceremony off until 5:30, gives people a chance to go home and change into their black clothes and come back for a memorial. Does that sound good?
Is there transportation?
Oh, Vidal? Can we take a bus load down to the hotel? Yes, transportation is provided. Come back at 5:30 for memorial. Yes. Brian?
And Chair Brian Level from ANS Transport, we have.
Just a recess. We're just recessing until memorial.
5:30.
5:30.
Please let our, okay. Please let
I'm sorry, Madam President, can you please let our team know so they can put a timer on of 50 minutes, I assume, or please let them know, thank you.
Also wanted to let folks know, that there is a thrift store across the street. So if you're in need of black trousers or a black dress, for folks that are new or existing and maybe just don't have what they need, for the memorial, it's traditional for us to be wearing black clothing. Tomorrow for the Indian dance, the cultural night for those folks that have brought regalia, welcome to wear regalia for tomorrow. And then for the third day, we'll be doing, grand ball and installation. And we'll be wearing, the Alaska Native Sisterhood will be wearing our whites. So just wanted to give folks an idea, ANB, ANS colors were requested to be brought out at the thrift store. So they should have some pretty cool stuff. They went there the other day. If you don't have what you need, you have time to run across. And even if you do have what you need, you have time to run across to the thrift store.
Can you hear us? Okay, thank you, Ale.
Thank you. Yes. Up and down now. You want to? Yeah, you already have that? Okay, before you want to go to the point. No, I didn't like you could be one of the best. So it's easy. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, that's me. As Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I have some years. Yeah, okay, I'll put you in the I'll be 40. I'll be my son, so I'm asking you my life. I'm like, these two. Sorry, you're the. I'll move a few tables, please. I can. Thank you. I just want to go. And then that one on far over.
We'll do the memorial if you want to help.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yep, Sam. A5 one. All right.
Yeah.
And how big do we want?
Maybe one
more?
Yeah, probably this table.
Okay.
We're probably gonna move this table because it lines up with the camera for those online.
No. Gotta do them all by myself.
And then for those, can I have the sister clean the boiler room really quick? So we can identify the editor.
Yeah.
If I could have, I'll put it down in front of you now. Yeah, come out of meters. There we go. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Oh, yeah. Walking around, doing all that, my heart rate is good. Yeah, and I think now I think that. I'll give you a call later on. Yeah.
I'll make sure it starts getting ready for you tomorrow, okay? Again, as you can tell when I talk, I sometimes I have to, what is that? Word rhyming family sound association. Yeah. But I think it's getting better. There's still areas but very great. You know, and so, yeah.
That's the normal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pretty good.
Going over there.
Might not have the better.
Oh, we just made it. Okay.
Yeah, we thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Anybody got any rock that can we throw in here?
I think they're not going to be
It's
we have the art gallery here.
Oh, good, okay.
We open Saturday. I didn't know.
Okay, I'm over the corner. Tell them to hurry up, open that phone, it goes out for you.
What do you think that?
Yeah. Didn't hear that.
Oh, no.
I know, so. Okay, you got it. You're good.
Sweet. Wait a second. Well, over there.
Yeah, hey, troublemaker, how you doing?
Oh, it's as good as you.
Probably better right now. Give me a share.
Well, you got to do it, man.
Yeah, hey. Trying not to, one, I'm going to provide, if you can pay for it if you want. I think the very number of one of your flowers into the name boss.
Understand.
Who? Okay, from here. You're a Moody. Oh, Moody. Oh, Rudy. Okay. And why don't you come in? Hi. Hey, Melanie. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, did actually talk back. I did it feel for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the best looking guy ever. King and queen.
Okay.
Then they will.
Just give it, you know, it's about. That's it. And that thing right there, look at it.
Remember the days of the Grand March? Yeah.
Right.
So when they go to come in and don't you go? Yeah. We haven't done that. They even had big band play real bands playing, but they did that. I remember that. Did them sometimes get treated well or not? What do you got in hot dog? Change the store. Two hot dogs. Just have it fixed there.
Eric, where are you?
I remember I'm retiring from my job. And I came out, moving down to the Olympics.
Oh, wow.
They don't think. We need to thank the kitchen crew. Don't forget, where did they throw you in? Well, they have throw the foot down and, it was just drove over by. Well, but that was the only one left on. And I'm sorry, I thought we didn't need that.
You're right, yeah.
But that sucked, exactly. Yeah, that would have been great with me, I would have gone right back home. All right, thank you, Marcelo.
Everything okay?
Yes. Yeah. This way.
Yeah. Same a bit 5:30 already, should be 15 minutes into it now. Almost done now, I think. First line, there's nobody bothers anybody, right? And then pretty small, that you go better, gang of units. Like that, all right. Every time they get money, they have to see more old people are gone. Yeah. That's what the outside there is right now. Your base, yeah. They go over the middle. There's something already. Fifteen to 20 minutes.
Standing for the ground.
Well, it take the surgery. I was in the hospital for 8 hours. Yeah, the surgery. Yeah, me, but I will leave the house. Yeah, call back in. He went to the ER for 3.5 hours and 5 years. He left. Yep.
You're great at really use more than you guys have reached comfort. Yeah. And the old cast was there. Yeah, Freddie again is the I think that I'm coming in from the community. He's taking for both. There was a some people are more children. That's
Yeah.
You're not meaning for that target, you have to allow the regular. Talking about very much of the book, and you have to get in regular, right? Break out. Yeah. So we're going to be People will leave my room. It's a bit of a animal.
That's not that fresh, pretty quick. Don't speak to this. You'll be able to be here now. Okay. Well, we're gonna get way another $5. This right here, right? We have identical, so, my brother, we have identical, so don't put yours down, I don't want to confuse them.
Yeah. It's exactly. Oh, no. Keep
and big number at them. I've been my way. Yeah, that a lot. Wow. You know, you're no longer mayor or president. Oh, are you? Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was real funny, my son, but on the mountain, it was fucking.
You know, Elvis will be in the house at Grand Ball. It's gonna be I heard rumor that Elvis will be in the house at Grand Ball. Here's a big Elvis.
The green one. Kind of heavy here, when we get it. You call my phone. Oh.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, yeah. Nobody has the whole bunch of stuff.
All right. Yeah. I do. This studio. Where you better now. Okay. In high rise. Finally, do it back. And see them. Don't be there for one more year. Say, see them, there are lots of.
There'd be a question, trying to find out if they want to have the sorry so long. So that's good. But that it's changed, it's already out of the law, one number. Already out, you're all lined up. She says she like when she says I'm bad, I will take on. I can't, I think it's hard. Started the arm and like. No, I thought that she said that it's still belong in my home.
Or that was
If you brothers help me get some chairs lined up for the executive.
Just straight line this way.
Probably two times.
How many do
So-
you need?
Because this is a learning experience and the teacher in me can't help but share a little bit. We have our candle bearers lined up outside. We had a short meeting. But then we realized that it might be best that we share the information to everybody as a body as a whole. We want to let folks know what's going to happen. This is a really important piece of our program. And so we want to let folks know what's going to happen. As we're getting ready, we are going to have a procession. The sergeant at arms are going to escort in our executive committee members, and they're going to sit in these chairs right here. After they escort them in, the grand presidents will come and take their place, and that'll be in the very beginning of the line. Then the grand officers are going to march in order. We're going to enter in pairs, 2 by 2, ANS on the left, ANB on the right. After we do that, we're going to come and we're going to face standing in front of this area right here, facing our executives. Once we do that, the first vice, second vice treasurers, and the grand secretaries of ANB and ANS will come in. As we come in, we wanted to let people know that part of what's going to be happening is that we're going to be honoring our founding fathers and our founding mothers. Each of our candle bearers are going to come in. They'll have their candles lit. Their candles are going to remain lit until we do our roll call of our founding fathers and our founding mothers. As we do that, we're going to turn those lights off in memory of those wonderful people that have helped to be the foundation of this organization. After we do that, we are going to invite our Grand President, Safet Sobolov, to open us with prayer. Open us with prayer, and then we will begin the roll call for the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood founders. That's what our candle bearers will do the roll call. We'll open with prayer, we'll do the roll call, and then we'll call for our ANB and ANS Grand Secretary, Treasurer / Super Sister Elias Chase, will help us with the Book of Remembrance. And we'll be sure and put these names of our founding fathers in the Book of Remembrance, as well as calling off our camps, beginning with ANB Camp 1 and ANS Camp 1, to call out the names of those folks that they have lost, those brothers and sisters that they've lost since last Grand Camp. We want to add their names into the Book of Remembrance. So this is the program, and I wanted folks to have an idea of what we're doing. Many folks in this room have seen this many times, but it seems like it's been a while since we've been able to be in person. So just giving everybody the information that they'll need to be able to really be engaged in this program. After we call out the names of remembrance for all of our camps in order, we'll then move on and we'll have a memorial poem that will be spoken by Madam Executive Paulette Marino. After we're done with the memorial poem, we'll have and invite our ANB Grand President, Sasha Sobolov, and our ANS Grand President, Sandy Churchill, to share some words with us. When we're done with that, we'll invite our ANS Grand Camp Executive, Cecilia Tablero, to close us in prayer. So this is the program that we're about to prepare for. So for those of us that are brand officers, we're going to line up. We have both our ANB and our ANS Sergeant at Arms at the door. For our executives,
we would like to have you line up as well so that we can escort you in and bring you to your chairs. And then we will have our candle bearers come in. For those of you that are local camp leaders, we are going to ask that you come in as well, 2 by 2. We'll have our brothers and our sisters on the right, our sisters on the left. And we'll ask that you all come in to participate in this ceremony. Your camps are important to us. The memorial that we bring together collectively as Grand Camp is very important, but more so a reflection of the communities that you come from. So we will ask all of our Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood to line up, beginning with our grand officers in line, but our Sergeant at Arms for both ANB, ANS Grand Camp will escort our executive committee members to these chairs right here.
Heather,
Yes.
the ANB is always on the left, always.
ANB is always on the left.
Always on the left.
Okay, all right. Chief, thank you. And this is the reason why it's so important to speak these things out, because right now, if there's questions, these are the times that we can get the answers. And so I thank you to our Grand Camp President Emeritus, Millie Schoonover. So this is the first convention I've seen her wearing this cap in Kugana, and I'm so thankful to see you, and I'm so thankful for your knowledge. Chief.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. We all go out and we do that. Yeah, we all go out. By one that is intense. Oh, you're actors. Wow. They have the cap before you put it. Before you put it through, you go on. You can down there, see how you.
Yeah.
You're okay? You're okay? You're okay. I'm why. So, the Sergeant Martin will do us for him. And from the hospital. Years. Bible, I with them. That's the this is the right word, I believe. I'm thinking, and oh, good there, yeah. I don't
There are real focus. You have this.
Yes. I don't think not see what to do.
And this was.
This is very aggravating. I just don't want to there. We have to listen. Thank you very much.
That's really good.
Everything else is okay. Then, okay, I'm going to go. All right.
I just wasn't sure if it was still around. Did you know this for a year or?
You're ready for our effective day. As the third for our effective day, we are going to stay on holding that. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to Lord. In the us of freedom, before I stand for all the way to
Hello.
Ryan. 2 lines. Oh, he's with me.
At this time, we would like to ask Grand President Sasha Sobolov to open this memorial service with prayer.
In true fashion of brothers and sisters, let us open our ceremony with a brief moment of prayer. O gracious and heavenly Father, we, your gathered children, come to spread the love of how we are to reach one another, but more importantly, to bring honor to those who preceded us as they founded our organization to be in service of love to and one another. We ask that their blessing be upon us who bring these honors to you, and we ask that the families that are represented as they're called on may be talking directly to you of those who have passed before us and who are continuing to serve us. We ask, O Lord, that each family represented here be touched and upheld, no matter what condition we find ourselves in, for we are your children. We would ask this in the name of our Savior Jesus. Amen.
I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, we would like to ask for roll call. We'll begin with our Alaska Native Brotherhood founding fathers. George Fields. William Hobson. James Johnson. Eli Cavanaugh. Seward Coons. Paul Liberty. Frank Mercer. Marie Orson. Frank Price. Peter Simpson. James Watson. Chester Worthington. Ralph Young. We'd like to do roll call for our founding mothers. Eva Blake. Louise Bradley. Josie Ucas. Matilda Paul. Elizabeth Desmond. Louise Kasump. Jesse Reinhardt.
Tilly Tamery. Susie Yakub. Would like to continue roll call. The Alaska Native Brotherhood. Camp 1.
Alaska Native Brotherhood, Camp 1.
Unless. If anybody from Camp wants to call me,
No name.
we can respond to you.
Thank you. Alaska Native Sisterhood, Camp 1.
Barbara Jean Taylor.
In ascending order, the next Alaska Native Brotherhood camp.
Alaska Native Brotherhood, Camp 4.
Matt, Ryan, Mark.
Roy Martin.
Alaska Native Sisterhood, Camp 2.
I have Camp 2, Marie Olson, Lillian Cardon, Lois Wilson.
ANS Camp 4.
Young mother Elizabeth Howard. Janice Limbaugh. Catherine Anderson. Marion Blankenship. Jesse Carlson. Barbara Chittenden. Michelle Parker. Rose Miller. Myrna Lang. Esther Larson Thompson. Martina Dundas. Sheila Lawson. Maureen Mo Frederickson. Morris Buzz Brown.
ANB Camp 13.
Adam Senior.
ANS Camp 13.
Lisa Marie Ward. Helena Susan Nelson. Martha Evelyn Lorda.
ANB Camp 14.
Dora Bush Jane.
ANS Camp 14.
Cecilia Johnson. Laverne John.
ANB Camp 15.
ANB Camp 15, no losses.
ANS Camp 19.
Yeah.
ANB Camp 36.
None.
ANS Camp 36.
None. None.
Thank you, sister. ANB Camp 49.
Camp 49 County Mother, and lifetime member Rosa Albee.
ANB Camp 70.
ANB Camp 70, none.
ANS Camp 70.
None.
ANS Camp 76.
None.
ANB Camp 87. ANS Camp 87.
Ian Gamble and Bonnie Thornton.
Grand Secretary will inscribe the names announced into the Roll of Honor in the Grand Camp Book of Remembrance and included in the convention minutes.
So moved. Madam Grand Executive Paulette Marino.
For you call in vain, my brothers and sisters, for I have gone from this valley of darkness and tears into the beauty and the light of our Lord and Maker. No more shall ye hear the sound of my mortal voice, but you shall forever hear the echo in the thunder of the ocean swell as it proclaims the bounteous grace of God. You shall hear it in the whisper of the spruce and hemlock as they declare his love and mercy. You shall hear it in the murmur of streams as they tell of his purity and goodness. You shall hear it in the thunder as it speaks of his strengths amongst the towering mountains, which tell of his everlasting majesty. The hand of God, through his great love, has given this great land of Alaska to protect and feed us while we live, and to be a memorial to our people when we die. We who have gone before ask that you cherish it and be a friend to all who come to live upon it.
Join with me for a moment of prayer. Most gracious and Heavenly Father, we are so thankful for bringing all these names of those who have served you, to bring them glory and honor and be with their families as they go through the healing of not only experiencing the love, but also honoring those who have served so willingly throughout their lives, to whom we bring honor in this ceremony. We ask this continuing love, bless us all in the name of our Heavenly Father and His Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Would you want to say anything?
Gone, but not forgotten. These founding mothers and fathers are forever in our hearts and in our history. For many of us, they are in our DNA. Every time we say their names, we honor them.
Cecilia, tell them after you're done.
I now declare the memorial ceremony closed.
Cecilia. Let's just go. Right, Sister Executive Cecilia Tabalero to close the you're invited, second. Cecilia Tabalero to close it.
Was I get my executive men from the sisterhood, Cecilia Tabalero, to close us with prayer.
Okay, we are offering our closing prayer. Father God, we praise you and worship you and we glorify you. We give you thanks and praise. Thank you so much for loving us first. We invite your presence in this building throughout the whole time that we are meeting together. Father, your word says, blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. And Lord, we just ask right now that you would touch all the families who have lost loved ones. Father, I pray that you would use the circumstance to draw families and friends of theirs and all of us closer to you. Lord, I ask that you would reveal yourself to us, to each one of us. We ask that you would give us experiential knowledge of your Holy Spirit. Thank you so much, Lord God, for being merciful and loving God. We ask these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Before folks depart, I would like to have a group picture of everybody. If everybody can allow the executives to sit right here and then we can form around them. I think this is if we could turn the lights on. Oh, yeah, you can stand or sit. Yep, absolutely. I think we should do it before everybody does. I'll wear it. Yeah. Yes. So if you could remain in your cap and Kugana.
And your pictures and refreshments will be served, and those of you on Zoom are excused until tomorrow. Good night.
All right. Ryan, the mark your announcement, better than probably the time, but it can get it. So it's next thing. Okay.
Careful of the cords.
Madam First Vice President?
Yes.
With our grandson, complete last. Absolutely. So much. And right.
I asked this one.
I can't find you, you're not a good spot there. Oh,
That's not really what I had in mind.
fix my hand.
Maybe we're on candid camera.
Tommy, are you gonna go?
That's
You look pretty fancy over there. You can't imagine taking pictures of that.
On me.
Yeah, especially a wrinkle.
Right.
Absolutely.
Oh, campus cool.
Share the picture on social media so we can steal it.
It's already been taken care of.